Yo, what is going on, Papa Fam? It's your boy Sunny, and we are back with another banger of a build. We are here with the Podcast AI SaaS App. We're taking our builds to some seriously new levels. You guys are going to need coffees for this one because it's going to be one hell of a long build. And what we're doing is we're focusing on more of a higher level explanation of things. So if you've been wondering and you've been wanting to tune into a build for a while, this is going to be the ultimate build for you to go ahead and join. We're going to dive into a demo in just a moment. Go ahead, smash the like button. Let me know where you're watching from right now. This build is powered and thanks to our three friends over at Clerk-Ingest and CodeRabbit. So lots of stuff to cover today. Go ahead and make some noise in the chat. What's up? We got Sirat in the chat. Hey, we got Cameroon. I see New Zealand. Luke Peter Pryor. What's up, guys? Let's go ahead and jump in right now. Uganda, what is good? I'm going to go ahead and dive in 3, 2, 1. Check it out. Oh, Siri just, God damn it. Siri, what the hell? Why did you turn that off? What happened there? Okay, anyway, welcome to the build. This is crazy. What was that? Oh, that is funny. There we are. We're good. Jokes. Okay, let's dive straight into it, guys. Here you guys can see we've got the Podcast AI SaaS. Let's jump into it right now. But here you can see the landing page. Let's go ahead. And by the way, guys, if you're wondering why it feels a little bit different right now, we are in a new space. So this is the new Papa Fam headquarters. So it's going to take me a little bit of time getting used to this, but bear with me. We got this in the bag. So we got Podcast AI SaaS. Let's check it out. Now, this app is for anyone who's got a podcast. And for example, what we found when we have a podcast, it's a pain to go ahead and generate things like your summaries, your transcripts, social posts, key moments, all that good stuff. So what we went ahead and did and built a full AI SaaS. You can go ahead and use it. We've got pricing covered in the thing. In this case, we've got a free plan, a pro plan, and an ultra plan. Free, basically you get up to 3 lifetime uploads, and then that is it. You could basically just test the app. Pro gives us a bunch of stuff, and then ultra is the full-fledged demo of the app, right? So we're gonna go ahead and give you a little demo right now. So we've got Clerk powering all of the authentication you guys can see right here. Let's go ahead and continue right now. So I'm gonna sign into my personal account, is on the ultra plan. So I'm going to show you that first, and then we'll give you a demo of what this app actually does, and then we can go ahead and dive straight in. So as you can see right here, we've got drag and drop for podcast files. So let's go ahead and drag and drop. Now I'm going to upload a very small one to make this demo quite quick. So we're going to do a podcast clip right here. And as you can see, beautiful UI. The whole thing is completely responsive. We have Ingest running in the background. It is incredibly powerful what Ingest have on the back end. I'm going to show you exactly what's going on. But we click start upload. Firstly, it uploads to Vercel Blob storage. That in itself is going to be a cool part of this build. Then we have the analysis phase. Ingest kicks off a job in the background. And as you can see, we have a job running. Step 1 is going to be an analysis. This is where we use AssemblyAI to go ahead and transcribe all of the audio and capture the key information from it. From here, we go ahead and run a bunch of cool stuff. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to change the setting on my mic in a moment because it's tweaking me out a little bit and I can feel it. But in this case, you can see once it's done analyzing, we have this AI estimation over here. It's going to go ahead and run jobs in parallel. So this is where it gets pretty cool. So you can see in a moment that this is going to go ahead and run a bunch of AI jobs. And it doesn't just tell us what the jobs are. It's going to go ahead and give us all of the tokens, everything. Now, because we are on the ultra plan, as you can see at the top, we've got all of these 6 being generated by Ingest in parallel in the back end. And as you can see here, we've got each of the individual jobs that generate YouTube titles. It tells us how many tokens were used. We've got crazy observability here, guys. And as you can see, each one is running. Now, the front end is going to wait for these parallel jobs to execute. And if you're wondering, what if one fails? I even implemented a retry mechanism here. So this is a full-fledged build, no half measures. We got tons to cover today. That's what I'm telling you. It's going to be one hell of a huge build. So as you can see, let's go ahead and wait for the final one to go through. Let's go ahead and see when this comes through right now. Give it a moment. And the final step right now, as you can see, it generated a little timeout and then boom, we are here. We have this nice little drop down, or if we're on a bigger screen, we can see all of what we want to see. So you can see in this case, we've got a tilde, full summary, some key points, some insights. And then let's go to key moments. You can see, obviously, this is a very short clip that I uploaded just for demonstration, 1 minute 32. We've got the YouTube timestamps. This is so useful. You have no idea, guys. I'm going to quickly just change my thing to, that feels way better. Let me know if my voice sounds a bit more natural now. Does it feel natural, more better now? Or this? I think, oh wow, that feels very echoey. Oh God, okay. Okay, I mean, we're going to have to get used to that, but it's fine. I'll get used to this. Very strange. new things change very quickly. So once we got that, we've also got the social posts. In this case, individual platform specific social posts. So here we have Twitter, X, LinkedIn, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, and you can just go ahead and quickly copy them to the clipboard. Then you got your hashtags, your titles, and a very cool part about the Ultra plan is that you've got speaker dialogue. And why is this so important? Well, in this case, a lot of the time when you have a podcast, it's very important to understand the difference between who's talking at what point. So you can either feed that into AI, you can do whatever you want to do with it. But in this case, we've needed that a lot of the time, and someone has to manually do that. And trust me, you can't just drag and drop that into GPT. It always will hallucinate the timestamp. So this is going to be a way to go ahead and get that fixed for you. Really weird. I can hear it in my own thing. But anyway, okay. So in this case right now, Jay, what is loud? I need to know what's loud, right? So in this case, we got the summary. So as you can see, this is a nice little demo. Now, cool things we can do. We can go ahead and change all the titles of this. We can say this is a sample clip, and this is all powered by Convex real-time database in the backend. So on the backend, we have obviously Ingest doing all of this awesome stuff. It has automatic retries, all of that cool stuff on the back. We have Convex powering the database in real time. So this is going to be a real-time link to our front end. We have Vercel Blob storage, which is going to be a really nice way to store all of our files. This is going to be great. And then we also have, thank you guys for the feedback. It really helps me out knowing what is a bit better, right? So this is a lot more, it doesn't affect what we're hearing now. Okay, amazing. Thank you so much, guys. That's all I needed to know. It helps me get out of the craziness in this case. So as you can see, that's pretty good. Now, if we go to view our old projects, I'm going to show you what a bigger upload looks like. So in this case, we have I don't have it in this account. Let's sign out and let's go to one of my other accounts. So I'm going to sign into one of my team accounts. And as you can see in this one, I've got two bigger, larger uploads. And it's very, very cool what it can do. So in this case, I'm just going to run one in the back end. So, oh, no, that's not one. That's actually a different file. Let's do this one right here. So this is one, if you haven't seen my podcast with Leon, go and check it out. We're going to let that do its thing in the background, just to show you that this can run fully in parallel in the background, and it's going to help out a lot. Okay, so let that do its thing. Okay, there you go. So that's going to run in the background. If we go to our projects now, you'll even see a real-time little nice transcription event over here, which is really cool, right? Let's go to, I actually already uploaded one over here for Leon. So if we go here now, and now imagine, this is a fixed 56-minute podcast. Someone has to go through that, go ahead and extract all of the details, summarize it, do things like that. So what's very, very useful is to solve a pain point for a podcaster. In this case, a podcast can come in, grabs the full summary immediately, gets all key points that they can go ahead and extract, insights into what people might learn, right? And obviously different platforms allow you to upload different things. And then we have the key moments over here. So these are key moments of when Leon is talking about really amazingly genius guys. In this case, you can see that when Jay's talking to him as well. This was a 3-person podcast. If we go to the speaker dialogue, you can even see where each of us are speaking. I am A, Leon is B, Jay is C. That is awesome. And it even tells us the confidence, right? We've got titles that we could effectively use for YouTube, different podcasts, even SEO keywords, right? Hashtags for different platforms. And most importantly, this is probably one of my favorite ones, social posts. No one wants to go ahead and write social posts every single time. It's long. We have to do it every single time we have an episode drops. In this case, YouTube will have a perfect one, which goes ahead and dives in, and it gets everything down to the details. If you've watched this episode, you will know that this is actually spot on. The accuracy is insane. You can just go ahead and copy it, post it, boom, you're good to go. Okay. I'm going to teach you all of how to do all of this, how to go ahead and get all of the YouTube timestamp summary and all sorts. But it goes even further. What if we are on the free plan? Okay. And of course, while I'm demoing all of this, this was not just built with a cool tech stack, but I'm even going to show you a way in which, as you're building something like this, because a lot of you are AI coding right now, so we are going to jump into some AI coding with Cursor, but I'm going to show you how, even when you're coding this level of content, right, you can go ahead and make sure that you're doing it right with CodeRabbit. If you're wondering what CodeRabbit is, you're probably wondering at some point, naturally, this was going to be solved. CodeRabbit came in and solved the whole thing. So effectively, they are a PR code reviewing platform. So it's one of the best I have ever used. I use it personally in my own software house. We use it personally for our own teams. Yes, they are sponsoring the video. However, I'm so grateful because we use them as it is. So this is going to be something which is going to be really awesome. We're going to show you how As we code and get into different chapters, I'm going to be committing my code to GitHub and showing you how we can either run PR reviews against my GitHub repo, so different branches, or we can even run it locally. So tons of power behind this is ridiculous. But I'm going to show you one more demo before we jump into the final app. So I believe the only account I didn't use here was this one. So if I was to log into this should be a free user. I'm going to show you the difference between a free user and an ultra user. And then I'll show you the entire upgrade flow, clerk billing, and all of that. A lot of you guys are asking me, is this fully responsive? 100%. I never do half measures. This is always going to be responsive. All of my builds are responsive. So in this case, we go ahead and upload you can see it's got an upgrade to Pro over here. Let's go ahead and do a short podcast clip. Let's just do this one right here and then start the upload. So in this case, this person is on the free plan. So they just get an AI summary. So as you can see here, it starts off the analysis. So if we go into ingest on the background, as you can see, we've got a job running, and that's the previous job as well. So you can see, we can see multiple jobs. This one is running right now. We can see the duration, the different app ID, and so forth. So let that do its thing. And as we're explaining that, I'm going to explain what Ingest is actually doing. Ingest is an incredibly powerful orchestration platform. That's the way I like to put it, right? They have throttling, they have queue system, state management, but most importantly, what I really find it useful for, when you have a situation like this, and you can see, by the way, look, the free is only generating one of the features as opposed to Ultra, which generated 6 in parallel. And as you can see, it even notices that on Ingest. We built a full-on infrastructure here. There's a lot going on, right? It's actually very, very cool amount of work to do. As you can see, it only done the jobs that we had accounted for. If you do want to go to the other ones, we get this nice upgrade soft sort of screen that pops up. Now, if we were to go ahead and upgrade, you can see some require us to go to Pro, some require us to go to Ultra. In this case, just to showcase, let's do Pro. So some will still remain locked. So I'm going to go ahead and upgrade to Pro. It takes me to the upgrade screen. And as you can see, if we were to start a 7-day free trial, even show you how to do free trials for your users. So let's go ahead and do the Pro one. We're going to start a free 7-day trial. You can see this. We have a nice pop out. This is all powered by clerk billing. Absolutely powerful stuff. And what I really love is they give you a development mode test card. So in this case, we can go and do this. Stripe is under the hood of this. And don't worry, if your country doesn't support Stripe, it will still work. This is very, very cool stuff. Now, let's go ahead and click continue. And as you can see, I'm now on the free, the Pro plan. So we still see an upgrade to Ultra because we're trying to upsell our user. Okay, let's go back to that project. Okay, this one right here. And you're probably wondering, social posts and hashtags and stuff, but I have them, right? Why is it not here? Well, what we've done is, remember that when we first transcribed, what we effectively did was we only generated the AI summary. So now we need to make a clever bit of code happen where it's going to detect which of the remaining things did Sunny go ahead and what does he need to generate here? So what I'm going to show you is going to blow your mind right now. So what we're going to do is we've got effectively 1, 2, 3 fields that are Pro features, right, for this one. If we go ahead and click on generate all missing features, watch what happens. It does a calculation, generates all of the jobs which were not there. So in this case, it's done a separate job for titles, it's done a separate job for social posts, and it's done a separate job for hashtags. And each one is going to, in real time, populate that information. So as you can see, one of them was just completed. Could have been hashtags. Yep, I believe that was hashtags. Let's go to social posts. In a moment, this will in real time stream through and get done the second that the job is complete. Each one I'm able to observe. Each one has its own retry and fail mechanisms, which is absolutely awesome. So you can see for this one, for example, this was the generate social posts. Now, why have I done it as 3 separate jobs? Because this is where Ingest is truly, truly powerful. They have so many features under the hood. It even has things like retry mechanism, sleep scheduling, cron jobs, native batch processing, debouncing, all of it, right, in the mix. And what I really love is when you're dealing with AI, this can tend to be a bit of a problem because sometimes if we have 6 things running and one fails, we don't want the whole app to break. We just want that one to start retrying on its own, but we don't want to block the user's experience. So this is a much bigger app than it looks. There's a lot of infrastructure. There's a lot of, high level things that you need to learn to get this stuff right. So we're going to cover all of this today, right? So it's going to be an absolute banger of a build. Trust me on that. There's tons of stuff. And I also see there are so many comments that I'm going to fly through in a moment, right? To go ahead and respond to all of you. But that's it in a nutshell. We have all of this to build. Trust me, it's a lot. We have full CRUD functionality as well. We can go ahead and delete as well. We can delete right there. You can see no projects. We've got a beautiful UI here. And then you can go ahead and upload your first project and go forward. Okay, so we're going to build this entire thing from scratch. The upgrade screen is still there. As you can see, everything is there. Okay, and also the clerk user component elements are incredible. You can see right here, we can go ahead and update all of our user plans. We can switch a plan from here. Right, all of this is so simple to go ahead and do. The user can manage their own billing things, their statements, their payments, whatever it may be. And all of this is trackable inside of the Clerk dashboard. So in Clerk, we'll be able to see all of our user subscriptions, the money that we make per, every single month in recurring revenue, what different users are on, and all of this. It's all going to be simple to go ahead and do. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and do a little tech rundown right now. And let's do that. 1 second. Let me open up my easel. And then we have it right here. And before we do that as well, I'm going to jump into some of your comments right now. So let's dive straight in. Let's see what everyone's saying. So we've got, let's go, Pop Fam Scotland's in the house. What's good? Uganda. We got Japan as well. Rwanda. What's up, guys? UK, India. Nice to see you all. Someone goes, I learned React from you. The motivation for my first Airbnb clone helped me a lot. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Sarah goes, Papa Fam leveled up 100%. It's actually crazy what we got coming for you guys. Look at this. I can see, oh, you guys are awesome, man. The ingest functionality is insane. Really awesome stuff. Let me see. Is ingest gentle on deployment? We're not going to cover deployment today, but I'm going to show you exactly how you can do it all yourself. The interface is really clean. I appreciate you guys trying to make it very slick. Okay. Okay, nice. Let's dive straight in. Nice. Let me know. And again, I want you guys to interact with me. Okay, so make sure you do stop me when we're building things. Let me open up my screen brush. A lot of you ask all the time what I use to do that. Screen brush is the tech that we use. Let me go ahead and freeze frame this. Okay, so what are we building today? Like, what's the tech stack under the hood? And also, a lot of you will ask, and I guarantee it, so help me out with this in the chat if anyone comes along and asks us. But is this video available? Yes, all my videos are available afterwards. So you can feel free to do what you need to do, right? So this is Next.js 16, of course, latest and greatest. Of course, that means under the hood, we are using React 19. So in case you wanted to learn that, this is a great place to go ahead and do that. Someone says, are you going to vibe code it or make it all by yourself? We're going to do a combination of both. Now, I have built this app, of course, but as I was building it, I was doing a combination of vibe coding as well as coding myself. Now, I'm going to show you the correct balance on how to do that, because this is not going to be vibe coding tutorial, right? I'm a true dev, which means that I use AI to make me a faster dev. I do not rely on AI. Most of the time, I reject AI's suggestions, okay? We are using Biome, which is an incredibly powerful linting formatting platform or tool, I guess. We have Shadcn in the mix as well. We have Convex for the real-time database element. We have Ingest for the pipelines and everything in the mix as well. We have Clerk for so much in this app. I just love Clerk. They are literally the goats of what they're doing right now. Clerk is so powerful for so many reasons, right? Let's start jumping through a couple of the reasons why. We have two-factor authentication. We have all of the email session management, advanced security, webhooks, events, all of that stuff is in there. Bot detection, everything out of the box is just there with Clerk, right? In this case, we are going to be doing social login. So we've got a Google login, but I'll show you how you can do any. If you want to do Apple, if you want to do GitHub login, whatever you want to do, it's there. We also have the authentication elements, so all of that part in, and then we've got Clerk billing. So Clerk billing. Now, some of you may have not even used that before. So if you've been wondering how you can simplify your billing processes, Clerk is the place to be, okay? So this is truly, I love that comment by Zeno King, a real modern intelligent developer. I'm not calling myself intelligent, but I'm saying that, yes, we are in the right place for that. So you guys are gonna learn on how to get all of this done the right way. That's why I'm seeing a lot of things done wrong recently. So I'm trying to get you guys to the place where we can all vibe code, enjoy the benefits, but without screwing things up in the process, right? So we got Clerk in the mix. We also have, I've got a list here. I'm trying to see, there's a lot of tech guys, by the way, right? We are using OpenAI API. And for anyone who's saying, but is it free? Guys, firstly, you need to put something in if you want to use AI. It's not free. But if you do want a free option, feel free to swap it for Gemini. Gemini is right now is killing it. Gemini 3 Pro is very good. It's also free. So feel free to change the app up. If you do want the free option, you can use that. We have CodeRabbit for AI reviews, code reviews, right? And we're also going to be doing PR reviews and all that good stuff. We have AssemblyAI. Now, it's a new one, AssemblyAI. They are not sponsoring the video, but they're a very cool platform. They're going to be used for the transcription and the capturing of like key moments and so forth like that. Also, they do speaker recognition, right? So speaker recognition. And if you're wondering, Yes, they do charge. However, you get $50 of free credit, which, trust me, I've only used like $2 and I've been spamming the living life out of that API, right? So it's a ton of stuff. We've got Vercel Blob for our file storage. This is super fast file storage, basically, right? I tried a bunch of them out there. If you're wondering, did he try this? Did he try that? Yep, I did everything. And I can tell you that this one was my favorite out of all of them. Okay, so there's a reason why I'm teaching you that. And then, of course, all of this is going to be wrapped with TypeScript. So TypeScript in the house as well. This makes sure that our code is strongly typed to prevent errors, bugs out of the box. Now, all of this, of course, we're going to be using Cursor to go ahead and do that. Now, if you don't know what Cursor is, I'm not saying you have to stick with Cursor. You can use whatever IDE you want. Cursor is my choice. I use Ultra Plan. I pay for it. Yes. Is it good? It's incredible in my opinion, right? So in this case, I'm going to be teaching you how to use it, but effectively VS Code wrapper in a high level nutshell. Okay. So Tailwind CSS as well, right? Tailwind CSS is going to allow us to code our styles really quickly and also make the app super responsive. Okay. So all of this tech is going to be covered today to get the podcast AI SaaS built. Now, let me know if you're coding it yourself or if you're going to go ahead and get the code from me. But if you are doing it with me today, let me know. We're going to go at a good pace. We're going to pretty much go pretty quick. But because of that, what I have done is I have given you the code for absolutely free. All you need to do is fill out the form in the description down below. Pull out your full name and your email, and you'll see all of the links on the screen, and we'll also email them to you as well. So this is going to help you a ton. You'll get all of the access to this. We'll then give you access to the GitHub repo. And from here, you can go ahead and see everything that you need for absolutely free. I gave you a full SaaS platform for free. That is crazy. You're welcome. Yeah, it's pretty awesome, right? If I was you, I'd be very happy with that. Now, when you do sign up for things like Clerk, Ingest, CodeRabbit, all I ask is you do go through our links. It helps us continue to do this stuff for free. Yes, they are affiliate links. It helps me do this crazy amount of work for free for you guys, so you guys get an unstoppable amount of value. So go ahead and use the affiliate links in the GitHub description, also in the links in the description of this video right now. It helps us more than you know. By not doing that, it's hard to do this for free. Okay, so make sure you carry on doing that. All right, let's dive into it. I think there's no more time wasted. I also want to mention, someone questioned about Clerk. Clerk, if you haven't heard of them, like I said, authentication as well as the billing. They also got a huge amount of funding recently. So you know they're going to be pushing heavily in what they do. This is the beautiful UIs that we effectively have. They're literally drag and drop components. Absolutely incredible stuff. And my most favorite thing is the billing at the moment, right? The billing is absolutely clutch. It saves you so much headache. It's ridiculous. If you've ever done Stripe subscriptions, Stripe webhooks, all of that good stuff, it is so painful sometimes to catch every single edge case, and to have that offloaded for us in literally like one-click setup style, it's nuts, right? So we're going to go ahead and teach you all of that today to make it super, super simple. Now, first step I want to do is I'm going to open up Warp. You can open up whatever you want, by the way. Oh, this is cool. I'm not going to go into that, but Warp is a free terminal browser, I believe. We're going to go ahead and get started with this, but I'm going to do cd documents builds. You don't need to do that. I just like to have my builds in a directory, and then we're going to go ahead and start our app. Now, before we do this, what I do recommend is, yes, you could use the create next app command, right? So create next app. You could use this. So in this case, I've done it right here, and then you name your app. There is a nicer way though, because Convex is part of this build, right? So Convex is a real-time database. It is part of this build. Now, what I recommend you do instead is you go ahead and follow this route. So go to documentation, and they have a very nice starter template. I believe it was this one. Here we are, npm create convex latest, okay? Now let's go ahead and do that command. So heading back over to Warp, see my documents again. Let's do npm create convex at latest, and you can use pnpm if you want. I'm just gonna keep it simple so a lot of you are on the same page. Okay, to proceed, yes, let's let that do its thing. Cool, quick little water break. That was a bit of a bumpy start, I'll be honest. But in this case, project name, let's go ahead and do AI Podcast SaaS YouTube build. Okay, let's go ahead and enter. And as you can see, we've got a couple of options, Next.js app router and so forth. In this case, we could do the app router. Then you've got a couple of user authentication approaches, Clerk, Convex, and so forth. In this case, we're using Clerk for authentication. And hopefully this uses the latest create next app, because I actually did it with create next app, but I wanted to show you this approach. I feel it's a bit nicer. I don't know if they're going to set Biome up with this. If they don't, you can check out Biome yourself, or it's in the code in the description. It's very easy to set up Biome. It basically is like I said, it's an AI formatter, not AI formatter, it's just built on Rust. So Biome is this, Biome.js dev. It's basically a really nice way to go ahead and format, lint all your code, super quick, really nice. And it's basically 90% faster or compatibility with Priya. But basically, it's a huge amount faster, 35 times faster than Priya. So it's way faster, okay? Now, while that's happening, what I want you to do is we're going to set up a couple of our accounts. Now, the links I want you to do is we need to go ahead and set up 3 things. Ingest, Clerk, and also CodeRabbit. So firstly, let's do Clerk because it's just very, very simple to get set with them. Let's go to the link in the description, which is the one that you saw on the screen right now. And you'll reach this page where we need to create our account, okay? I want you to go ahead and sign up to an account. I've already got an account here, so it should just go ahead and throw me straight in. So in this case, I'm going to go and do the following. You just use whatever login you want, and this will go ahead and set up our account, okay? So go to the link in the description, sign up through the link in the description. I cannot stress it enough. And also, while you're at it, destroy the like button. So many of you watch the videos. Like literally hundreds of thousands of you watch the videos, and the likes are just so disproportional. So do me a favor and smash that like button. Thank you. All right. So now that we've got that done, we're going to go ahead and create a new app. You'll see this screen the first time you come in. So we're going to call this one AI YouTube SaaS Podcast App. Okay, that was a terrible name, but anyway. And then here you can go ahead and enable all of your approaches. Okay, we got Fernando Dos Gross. He goes, always providing so much value. Curious and excited to see how this will end up looking like. Had to create a similar concept with Google ADK. Nice. Thank you so much for the support as well. I appreciate you so much. So as you can see here, we've got a bunch of these. So if you just toggle these on, you can see literally you get a really nice approach to the authentication. Okay. So we're going to just do Google for now to keep it very light and simple. And yeah, let's go ahead and let that run. And then we get to this screen. Now I love this, makes it super easy for us to get started. What I want you to do, however, is go back over and cd into the directory that was created for us. Then we're going to do cursor dot. Now, if you don't have this command, just simply open up your favorite IDE, click on the open folder button, and just open the folder that we cd'd into. Okay. Make this a bit bigger for you guys. And then on the left-hand side, we have our file directory. And then if you do Command I, you open up the agent side, right? We also have this new agent section, which is actually really good. I'm not going to jump into that just yet, but maybe later. As you can see here, we've got prettier. Okay, so they didn't set it up with what I wanted, but it's fine. For now, we can just go ahead and continue on, right? So firstly, to get this app running, Command J, and I'm actually going to get rid of package lock. So throw it away. I'm going to do pmpmi, right? So I want to install it with pmpm instead. I prefer that instead. So in this case, we should see a pmpm lock file. Pmpm is much more efficient, by the way. If you don't know what that is, effectively it uses a global sort of storage location on your computer. So it doesn't duplicate node modules. If you didn't realize, node modules are pretty damn big when you have like hundreds of projects. Okay, so you want to reduce that by using pmpm. And then git init, because we don't have a git directory apparently. And then you want to do pmpm dev. Okay, and this will spin up your app. I need to cancel my old app. Firstly, let's go ahead and cancel that one. And in this case, it's asking me about Convex, right? So Convex is basically, if we check out the starter that it gave us, you can see when we did pmpm dev, it ran front end and back end, these ones, Next dev as well as Convex dev. So we need to set up a Convex account. So in this case, I've already logged in. Otherwise, if you weren't logged in, it will prompt you to log in at this point. Then you'll have this option, create a new project or choose an existing. We're going to create a new project. And I've got my team here. And then let's go ahead and put a name. In this case, we can do AI Podcast SaaS App or SaaS YouTube. I don't know. My naming is crazy today, right? Then we've got cloud deployment or local. I want to do cloud deployment. Okay. And then your account now has 0 projects remaining. Awesome. Jay, we need to fix that. Okay, so let's go ahead and get that one down. And then here you got, right, your cloud. There we go. Let that do its thing. And this will pop up right here. You should see this. Now, when you click into data, you should see numbers table empty, all good. Okay. Let's go ahead. Now we've got localhost for 3000 running. So you can see we've got our Convex running in parallel with our Next.js. And what you should see here is, oh no. No, it didn't do it. Done 16, 15. Okay. Do you know what? I don't like doing half measures. So do I show you the whole thing from scratch? You know what? Screw it, I'm going to do it properly, right? We're going to close this. I'm going to show you the full way from the ground up. So this is the correct step for for Clerk, sorry. Let's go back over here. I'm going to do it the full way. So ignore the Convex starter guide. I will show you how to do it with the Next.js starter kit because it didn't do it with Next.js 16. And I don't want you to run into that. So we're going to do npx create next app and we're going to name it our app. So imagine we're starting from scratch, right? AI Podcast YouTube SaaS. That's what we're calling it. And now this is going to use Biome and all that good stuff as well. Because it wasn't using Next.js 16. I don't want to show you a hacky way, right? Here we're going to go no customized settings, TypeScript, yes, Biome, React compiler, yes, Tailwind CSS, yes, source code, no, app router, yes, and the rest of it is all enter, okay? Don't worry, the timestamps are going to be updated so you guys will be able to skip whatever you need to skip, right? That should help you guys out a ton, right? Now, with that in mind, let's go and cd into the podcast app and then we do cursor dot. Okay. This is why I like live coding. You guys get to see reality. It's not always polished. It's nice, all right? In this case, we got package lock. That's the only thing I need to get rid of. Get rid of that. And then do pm and then we should have a pm lock file. Make it a little bit bigger for you guys. And then in the app, this is what I wanted. Okay, this is better, right? pm dev now, and our app will run on localhost 3000. So while that's happening, at this point, you would have had to set up Convex separately. So we'll do Convex afterwards. Let's go ahead and do pm add clerk at Next.js. So what I like to do is split the terminal over here and add it into this side, right? So pm add clerk Next.js. God knows what happened there. So let that install to our dependencies. The next step is the environment file. Now, these are secret things, okay? Do not share this. Obviously, because I am live right now, I'm going to invalidate all of my keys. So for now, I'm going to show you, but know that you should not share these. So create an env local file, paste in those values, okay? Now, over here, we have middleware. Now, also middleware is not what it is called in Next.js 16 and above, right? So in this case, we're going to do, it's called proxy.ts. Paste in the middleware file. Notice how it was, yeah, like I said, it's not called middleware. And what we're going to do here is we're just going to prepare ourselves for the future. Eventually, I want to basically have something called a route matcher to any route which is in the dashboard and forward. And we want to protect that. We want to make sure that if anyone goes there, we should be, saying that you need to log in. So we should throw a login screen in front of their face. So what we do is we have an arrow function, an asynchronous arrow function with two things, auth and request. And then we say, if the protected routes are included here, we just throw an auth screen in front of them. That's effectively what we're doing, auth.protect. Okay, so that's that done. And then what we do is we go down and we have to do one more step. Now, this one is what you would typically do. In fact, we will do this, and then I'll show you how we can do the next one manually. So go here, and you want to have the clerk provider. So I just want to check one thing. Yeah, the clerk provider. So you want to go ahead and do that. So outside of all of this, and then down here to here, clerk provider. And then we're going to do control, space, boom. There you go. Okay. And now we have it here. So while that's happening, should be good to go. Run it, and then you should start seeing your app running once we get a few more things running. So that's Clerk set up in a nutshell. What we want to do is have a browser next to our code so we can see everything, okay? And what I'm going to do here is actually have a different profile. So that way you guys can see a clean slate from our browser. And this is the Arc browser, in case you're wondering. I'm now running to my localhost 3000. And as you can see, we have this, okay? So what I want you to do, Command B, open up your page.tsx, and then inside of here, just go all the way down to your bottom div, get rid of it all, or even get rid of everything, to be fair. Open up a div, and I'm just going to type in hello world, and get rid of the image at the top, and boom, we should be here, okay? Tailwind is already installed, so if we were to add some text in, you can see it works. So there we go, right? Everything's there. So this is your starting point. I want you guys to get here, and then that's going to make it a lot more easier for you, right? Now, while we're here, while we're setting up accounts, I want you to set up Inngest next, because we're going to need that. That's a very important part of this build. So next up, the link in the description will take you to the following screen. So use the link in the description, go to ingest/sunny2, like as you can see on the screen, and you'll reach this screen, right? Click on Start Building for free. And this is basically, let me just give you a quick rundown. It's an orchestration engine for workflows and agents. They have so much stuff, by the way. We are focusing more on Step, which is effectively one of their ways of working with AI. So as you can see here, we've got step.run, step.ai. We've got different publishing for streaming real-time updates, which I will do in another build if I get enough requests for that. And you also have AgentKit. I've covered AgentKit in another video previously, right? And it just works amazingly inside of our app. Right, and each of these individual steps are incredibly powerful because they can go ahead and do retries themselves and a bunch of other stuff. So it's really, really awesome. And look at this, you guys can ship it any way you want, any different server and so forth. So let's click on Start Building for free. And then let's go ahead and set up an account. Now I might try and do this on a new account. I think I might do it on my team account. So that way you guys can see hopefully a first setup flow. I don't know if I've done this before. I don't think I have. This should be fresh. Okay, I mean, that's fine, yeah. And then you can see sync your first ingest app. So we can click get started, and then you can see sync with Vercel, or we can sync manually, right? So there's a couple of ways we can do it. We'll jump back to this in a moment, right? So for now, we're okay to stop here. The final one I want you to set up is CodeRabbit, which we are going to use very, very shortly as well. So codeRabbit.link/sunny-nov for November. Okay, and as you can see, free trial. It's completely free, by the way. So if you do want to just stick on the free plan, you can stick on that. So it's worth getting either way, in my opinion. So click get a free trial. No credit card, nothing like that needed. Log into your account. I've logged into my GitHub account. It will take you to your workspace. So once you're in your workspace, we will need to go ahead and connect a couple of things. Ingest is totally different to NAN. NAN is a kind of automation workflow platform. Ingest is more of an orchestration engine. It's totally different avenues. Ingest is effectively how we run different jobs with retry mechanisms, queues, state management, a lot more complex stuff. NAN is more like drag and drop. Kind of you just drag different tools on the integrations and get like a workflow working with triggers. As you can see, I've got two repos. I've got one with the CodeRabbit test from another YouTube video and then my current one. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and add repo after we go ahead and push our code to a repo. So in this case, we've got our hello world, and in live time, guys, as we build this app, I'm going to be pushing to a repo so you can see for yourself as we do this, right? I'm going to open up GitHub. I'm going to go to my own GitHub right here. I'm going to click on repos, and I'm going to go ahead and do a new repo right here. And let's go ahead and do, for example, we can type in AI podcast, AI YouTube SaaS, right? And then description, all this stuff, public is fine for now, create repo, okay? So I'm going to be pushing to this and I'm going to connect my CodeRabbit. There's a lot of reasons why I'm doing this. It's going to be really, really awesome, right? Now I've already got my code set up, so I need to do these commands down here. What you can do to make life easy is copy all of that, go over to your terminal, Command J to pull up your terminal, and then over on the free terminal on my right side, so left is running our stuff, I'm going to just paste those in. I'm going to hit enter. And now this, provided that you're authenticated to push to that directory, will allow you to go ahead and do this. So now in this case, we hit a refresh and we should see some code. Okay, so we just pushed some code to that GitHub repo. Now if we go over to our CodeRabbit and we click on add repo, I need to quickly authenticate myself. So let's just quickly go ahead and do that. And then once we're in, you guys can see we have repo access. I would recommend you do only select repos and then you select actively which one you want to push to, right? So in this case, we want to push to podcast AI YouTube SaaS. Click it and now click on save, okay? And just like that now, we have automatic pull request checking, okay? So you can see here, if we go into settings, you can see a bunch of just, these are very minor tweaks. But you've got the dashboard and a couple of things. I'll let you play with this, but in my opinion, it's incredibly powerful. What I would even recommend you do, which is even better, is CodeRabbit have a CLI. They also have an extension. So you can run local, literally, I think it's a very generous amount or even unlimited extension that runs until you're rate limited effectively. But if you go into your extensions, you can type in CodeRabbit and you can see here, look, free AI code reviews that run directly in VS Code or any editor, right? So in this case, go ahead and enable it and then you'll get this up here, CodeRabbit, okay? And you see it can tell which branch you're on. It can review the different changes. So if we were to look at our branch right now and we pull this down, you can see I've got a dirty branch. I've got a couple of changes. CodeRabbit sees that and then I can review before I push. right? So that's one way of using it. There's lots of different ways we can use it. Okay, and then of course I'm on a pro plan, but you can also do free things as well. Do it as you wish. And then the free, this will still work. Okay, so next up, we want to go ahead and just I guess what I will show you quickly is if I typed in hello world 123, and let's just create this on a separate branch for now. So I click create new branch and I type in test push just right now to kind of show you something that we're merging test push into this. I can go ahead and make a pull request. So in this case, if I was to just go ahead and do a git push, or actually, let's just commit this code first. So, a couple of random changes here. Let's go ahead and generate a quick commit message, commit it, and publish that branch. So I'm publishing my test push branch. So now this has gone to GitHub. So if I was to go over to GitHub now, you guys will see firstly, look, we got some activity here. Go over here. And now you can see test push, recent hardly added push, compare and pull request. And you can do that on VS Code, cursor, however you wish. But in this case, let's let that do its thing. We don't really care too much about the title. But I want to show you, if I create a pull request right now, this will automatically get jumped on by CodeRabbit. So in a moment, there you go, waiting for status to be reported. So we're going to come back to that and see if CodeRabbit's reviewed any of that and see look, it's already starting to do it. Currently processing new changes in the PR. Now imagine in your workflow how powerful that can be, especially as you have a big team. So lots and lots of good stuff happening there, right? And also you can do reviews locally as well. So I'm going to run a local review as well, just to show you all of the differences. It does a local sandbox. Cool. So now that that's done, we should start building because there's a lot to build. Okay. So first step is I need to go and set up. We've already got our clerk provider. We are using Convex in this build. So I need to go ahead and set up Convex as well. So what I want you to do is go to convex.dev, go to documentation, head over here. And obviously last time we clicked on Next.js, but we did that. We're not doing that now. We've already done these commands except for this one. I want you to grab the npm install Convex music. And then let me just increase the music a little bit so you guys can hear. Oh, this is a bit dry otherwise. All right. Let me go back to my main branch. So git check out main, just so you guys can see. And then let's go and did it already change these? Oh no, I need to merge that in. Okay. I've got myself in a right situation right now. Test push. I want to show you, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to merge that for now so you guys can see, like, obviously it will run that code review. I've already proved that point. It will run that code review. It will start giving you suggestions about, what you need to change and a couple of things. It'll leave a couple of comments, but let's just say that was all good. We merged that pull request. We're happy with it. I can show you more details on the local one. We're going to delete that branch and then let's go back in. And if you're wondering, what is he doing? How is he doing all this stuff so fast? I teach all of this inside Zero to Full Stack Heroes. So then what we do is we get pull that main branch back into it. So now we've merged that branch in, right? If you're wondering, that was so confusing, Sonny. I have no idea what you just did. Guys, we are running a sale right now on Black Friday. Feel free to join in papareact.com/course. Join us, the course community. Boom. This is why I put my heart and soul into everything. You guys can go there and I promise you'll come out of it understanding what I just talked about. Okay. So Black Friday sale, papareact.com/course. Go join. All right. While we're there, let's jump back into the code. Okay. So next step, we want to go and do, where was I at? I was in Convex. I've got so many things open. Let's close that one. Here we are. Yeah. So get rid of that. Yeah. So we need to install Convex. So PNPM Convex. And there we go. And as you can see, we've installed Convex. And then they've got a couple of steps here, like, Convex dev and all this kind of stuff. So what you want to do is typically have it running side by side, right? So if I can either have it like this, so I can have npx Convex dev. So I can either run it on the side like this, and then I will have two terminals occupied. Or what I do recommend that you could do as well is run them in tandem with each other. Firstly, we need to connect our project. So choose an existing one. I already did that. Remember, you can go ahead and do the other option if you hadn't done that, what I just did before. But in this case, it was the podcast, AI podcast. Oh no, which one was it? I think it was this one. Yeah, YouTube. Okay. So, or you can click on create. Now it actually added in two environment variables into our env local file. So what I like to do here is make life a bit easier. Type in Convex, type in clerk, and then save. Okay, so now it's actually added in our things, and you can see Convex functions ready. So now every time I save a Convex file, it will go ahead and redeploy. So this is running in the backend for us. Convex is a whole nother animal. You can go check it out yourself. But in this case, what I want to do is I want to run both of these on one terminal. I don't want to occupy two terminals. It's going to be kind of annoying. What we can do is go to package.json, and over here, where we have our dev script, next dev, I can do and convex dev. So I want to run both of these in parallel. Now, there's many ways you can do a parallel thing. In this case, I want to go ahead and just show you one way. So we do PM dev now. Now, when I run this, you'll notice that we get some convex stuff as well. So in this case, next starts running, but you'll also see convex spins up, like uploading functions to convex. So now those are running on one terminal. So you just have to be wary that if one stops, you'd probably have to restart that, okay? So yes, we are live, 100% live right now. Siran goes, believe me, I used to struggle with the Git stuff too, but Zero to Full Stack Heroes legit, don't miss out on the wealth of knowledge. And yeah, it's literally like 50% off right now. So go check it out. Jay will drop all the links in the chat down below, all right? So in this case, we have that done. Now, next up, you will have to go ahead and set up a few things like your schemas, your tables, and so forth. I'm going to show you a better way. Before we jump into this bit, so when you get to this part, create a client component for the convex provider, this is where I want you to pause because we're going to tweak it slightly and use something called we could start with this one, to be fair. Okay, yeah, we could start with this one. I want you to copy the contents of this, go over to your code, Command B, and I want you to, inside of, at the top level, we're actually going to create a components folder. Okay, so we're going to create a components folder. And then in here, we're going to add in convex client provider.tsx. And then here, we're going to copy that code and we're going to paste it in like so. Okay. Now you can see this is not a good check. Really, we should never have that. We should always do it if you don't have your environment variable, then we throw an error. Right, so that is something which even CodeRabbit would have definitely popped up on. So in this case, remember, because I changed my branch, it restarted that code review. So ignore these for now, it's fine. So this will typically begin to do what we want once we put it inside of layout. So if I was to go into my layout right now, so I'm going to go over to layout.app. And then over here, what I want you to do is wrap the entire app with the convex client provider. So I want you to pop that underneath, but make sure it's underneath the clerk provider. Okay. Now, what we want to do is basically clerk is powering all of the children with the clerk features. Convex is then the next layer. But what we want to do is have an integration between clerk and convex. So what I want you to do here is I want you to type in convex and clerk. Okay. And you can see here, the first link will be convex and clerk setup. And this is really powerful. So what we're doing here is we're effectively combining the two so they have full understanding of which one's doing what. So that way we can actually go ahead and do some very, very powerful things, including basically sharing the authenticated state and so forth between the two. So what I want you to do is basically copy this, go into your convex folder, and not in the generated folder, in the convex folder, and basically do auth.config.ts. Okay, and paste it in. Now here you can see we need to replace these values with our own values. So here, clerk JWT issue domain. Now you would think that this is running on the env local. So you would put it here, right? Now what I will tell you is anything in the convex folder, when we talk about environment variables, typically we are talking about it on convex's side. So convex is slightly different in the sense where convex is actually think of it as a serverless backend platform. So if I was to go into convex right now, so let's go over here to our convex. Let's go over to our convex backend. Where have I got? Have I not got it open? Let's go. You know what? Let's open it up here. Convex.dev. Let's log in. And then go into my account. I believe it was on my personal account. What we should see here is, once we're logged in, a ton of projects. Yep, there we are. SaaS YouTube here. And then what I want you to do is go to settings and you have environment variables. So this is actually where we need to set that environment variable. So going back over here, clerk JWT issuer domain, you want to actually update it here. That means when you change between development and production, this is where you'll be changing it. Now, what is the value here? Well, what I want you to do is go to clerk. So where we set up clerk earlier, here, I want you to go into configure, and we're basically going to create something called a JWT template. So add new template, go to template convex, and you see everything like this, don't change it. Copy the issuer click on save, come out onto back over here, and then you want to paste the issuer ID over here. What we're doing now is we're effectively connecting Convex and Clerk. Okay, so Convex and Clerk together. So this is very important because our authentication understands our backend, right? So our database. So if we ever need to do something like a check when we're interacting with Convex, are you the logged in user modifying this field? We can do that. Okay. So the next step is we want to, this is a mess right now. It's here, Convex and Clerk, yeah. Now we want to go ahead and install the next one, which is Convex, React, and Clerk. So go over to your code, Command J, and we're going to do pm install Clerk React. Now, once that's done, what I want you to do is you can ignore that command. Actually, if you go up here, this is with Next.js, you can click this one. Okay, we've already done that. We've already done that. Oh, sorry, I've done the wrong one. It's npm clerk Next.js. Oops, my bad. So guys, don't do that one. It's npm install clerk Next.js. And then you have your next public. We've already done that. Go down here. This is the one where we need to go ahead and make sure we do it correctly. So what I want you to do is Convex React Client. So this one right here. Okay. So step one is you want to go into your code. I'm not, the way it's moving around is freaking me out a bit. Like it's throwing me off. Okay. So yeah, we're here. Let's go into our Convex client provider. And then over here. So we've already got our Convex React client, right? The next step is just a simple slight tweak. We need this use auth from clerk Next.js. And then what we do is we effectively change the provider to, instead of this, we change it to Convex provider with clerk. Okay. And then this one is freaking out because it's missing something called use auth. And what we do is we simply pass in the use auth object. And that comes from clerk. So effectively what we're doing now is we're wrapping our Convex essentially with a modified version, which allows it to connect with clerk. And then we're passing in our authentication state from clerk. And the reason why this works is because we go into our layout.tsx, you see it's wrapped in the higher order component. So it has access to those above React hooks. Okay. And you can see that's all correct. So as long as you're inside the clerk provider, and again, how deep you want to nest it is up to you. Right? I'm not going to go into why it may be better or not. And this is how you would effectively check on the back end of a Convex action to see who is logged in and the authenticated state. Okay. So this is what we're effectively doing. So now we have our setup nicely done. Okay. So let's go back over to our local host 3000. We need to run our app. So in this case, let's cut the app and let's run it one more time. pm dev. So, and by the way, you know that environment variable, you'll be able to get a link here to directly set it if you don't know how to get there. So then we get to the screen. Perfect. Okay. So we have our Convex set up. We have our clerk set up. We have our ingest set up as well now. Okay. So ingest cloud, here we have it. All right. Now ingest cloud, I just want to check one thing that I wanted to do. So ingest, I want to get it running locally first, and then we can continue on. So what I want you to do is, what I'm going to do to make it a little bit easier for you guys is go here and type in ingest Next.js. I want to show you, in case you don't know where to look in the beginning, you can follow your own steps, but type in Next.js, you get to this quick start guide. App router is what we want to do. We need to install it. We're going to use pm. So we can go ahead and do the following. Command J. And as you can see, well, that's still installing clerk Next.js. Obviously the demo gods are not with us right now. And once that's done, what we do is we run the ingest dev server. Then we have everything running, right? This is all required to run the app that we're about to build. Like I said, this is a big app. If you get stuck at any point, we give all of the code to you guys for absolutely free. The link is in the description. Okay. So let's let that run. And then effectively that's how we spin up what we saw over here. Okay. The ingest client and all that stuff, we can go ahead and set that up shortly afterwards. Or we can even set it up now while we wait. Right. So in the meantime, what we are going to need is all of those endpoints. We can do that right now, actually. So inside of the backend, while this is installing, we can type in where we've got app. We're going to create an API route, and then we're going to create a folder called ingest. Now, step one is we're going to have a route.ts inside of here. So route.ts, this is known as a route handler. Okay. So inside of our route handler, I'm going to copy this, paste it. Now we don't have ingest next yet because we didn't install it. And we don't have the ingest client because I didn't create it. Okay. So we need to do both of those steps firstly. So inside of our lib, where did I put my one? I'm just wondering. Ingest client. I put mine inside of an ingest folder. Okay. So we're going to create a new folder called no, not here, at the top level, inside package.json level. Create a new folder called ingest. I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder or a new file inside. It's going to be called client.ts and then paste in that. Oh, no, paste in this one, sorry. Okay. And then this could be AI Podcast YouTube SaaS, right? And then we need to install all of our dependencies. So I don't know why that's taking so long. Is this NPM? Oh, it's NPM, right? Oh, God damn it. That's why. Yeah, it's fine. Let me, do you know what? Yeah, one second. Cut that. PNPM install clerk. And then I'm also going to install the ingest one that we needed, which was here. So if you ever want to install more than one dependency, that's how you do it, by the way. PNPM install. And watch how much faster this is because I already have it. So it's just reusing a bunch of dependencies, downloading maybe a few of the updates, but typically that's going to be way quicker. Now you can see when we do a big change like that, this will tend to freak out. Okay. So if that happens, you need to rerun your server because we changed a few things, but that's fine now. And then you should see the errors are now gone. Okay. So next up, we need to run our command. So this one, now you're going to have two things running. So on the left-hand side, we have our Convex and our Next.js running. On the right-hand side, we have ingest running. Ingest is going to go ahead and spin up on this server right here. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and click it right now. And as you can see, I have that URL. So what I want to firstly do is just to make life a bit easier is I'm going to copy this and I'm going to basically go ahead and create another one and just pop that in. Let me do it over here actually. I'm just going to pin these as well so we have access to these. Cool. So we have our app, which is localhost 3000, and we have the ingest development server, right? These will talk to each other. And this is how we're going to effectively handle queues, state management between these different job runs and parallel executions and all that good stuff. Okay. So we can even pin that one convex. So this is all of our backend, effectively what we're doing, right? And then from here we can start and we can get everything running. Okay. I'm going to have these two. Yeah, there we go. All right. It's a lot of setup, but hopefully you guys are still with me and get that, right? So next, let's start just building I want to do some kind of output right now. We're going to need Shadcn a bunch, right? Well, actually first we need to fix this. So this is just going to be at ingest.client. And then, yeah, let's finish setting up. I completely skipped over that. So if we go back over here, the setup guide, we can go down to here and you can see we've already got that done. We've already got that done. We need to write our first function. I'll show you all of this afterwards and how we can basically get it connected and listening to the backend. Right now, the app is not detected because there is no function. So it's detecting our app at this endpoint, but it's just not detecting any functions. So when we come to write our first function, it will be much more simple to understand. Okay. But for now, I want to do some kind of UI so you guys get a bit more of a, tangible result from what we do, right? So what I want to do next is I want to go ahead and type in Shadcn. Now go to docs, go to Next.js, and you can see here, we're going to go ahead and install or initialize Shadcn. Now, if you're wondering what the heck is Shadcn, it's a bunch of beautiful components. So effectively we can copy and paste into our app. What you can also do, which I'm not going to teach you today, is go check out the MCP server, connect it to your cursor or Claude or whatever the case. You can even do it right now. Run this command inside of your terminal. So in this case, our third terminal is going to be the one. The first is running the app. The second is running ingest. The third is going to run the MCP server. Well, it's actually going to initialize MCP for cursor. MCP, if you don't know, is basically tools which allow our LLM to understand that this is what Shadcn has to offer. So it basically provides our LLM with tools to basically interact with Shadcn. So as you can see here, it added that into our cursor. And now if I was to speak to my LLM and say, oh, you know what, and add the button from Shadcn, it can now use tools to understand, the button is available here. Here's how I install it and so forth. All right, so basically upgrades it. So let's go ahead and initialize. So we go to docs. There we are. There we go. Come on, Jay. PM, DLX, Shadcn, latest in it. And I'm just going to keep everything default. So neutral. It updates a couple of things in global CSS. And there we have it. Okay. And then what we want to do is just add a test element. So for example, this is how we would add a button, PM, DLX, Shadcn at latest, add button. And now this will add a button into our components UI button file. So this is going to be the button. Now to use it, very, very simple. What we do is our app is basically killed because we've done tons of changes. So we can kill the left app, do PM dev again. And then we refresh. Now this is what I mean, guys. Like, you know, when people say AI development does all the code for you, this is the stuff, like if you need to kind of know what you're doing to figure out what the hell is happening right now. Okay. So if we want to use that button, for example, here, let's just wrap this one in the H1, say hello. And then over here, let's just go ahead and get rid of that. Let's put our button, right? So in this case, this button, if you were to import it, now you can see we get a beautiful button. And then with that, you get different variants like outlines and so forth. Right, so that is effectively Shadcn in a nutshell. Okay, so Shadcn is installed now. We're going to use a bunch of this, hence why it's very important for me to cover early on. Okay, also this text document formatting failed. Okay, that's interesting. But in this case, if you don't have the plugin for that, you can install the extension, set your default formatter on save, and I'm not going to get into that. Okay, but in this case, what I need to do is run my other app so you guys can see that, because that's actually going to be important for me to figure out how I can go in. The only thing I'm wondering is that going to go ahead and clash? Okay, so my one won't run, which is kind of frustrating. So actually it will run, it won't. Yeah, okay, that's fine. We can do this. So what I want to do is localhost 3002. The app should pop up, hopefully, unless it freaks. Yeah, okay. So we can use this as a UI base anyway, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw this in the next window over here, pop it over here like so, and here we have it, right? So in this case, I can kind of go back and forth between our local and our build. Okay. So step one is inside of our page, right? This is our home page, right? So the first page the user lands on, I need a couple of things built, right? So we're going to need a couple of components. These are the ones we're going to need, right? So firstly, what I like to do is comment them out, and then we can effectively go ahead and build them one by one. So in this case, I'm just going to comment each of these out, and then we can go ahead and build them out. So starting off with the header, this is a server component by default, Next.js 16, of course. We're using, for the header, we're going to create a new component inside of the header, called the header.tsx. And then I'm going to go ahead and build the following. Now, as I mentioned, this is going to be more focused around a high level explanation, right? So as opposed to line by line coding, I want to show you a bit more about the high level of what's going on, as opposed to explaining every single line, because there's many different things you can do. So it's going to be fairly fast, but you have access to the code, right? It's in the description. You can get all of the code for yourself. We're going to import a bunch of UI components. We need a couple of things like a badge, dashboard, navigation, and so forth. For now, dashboard nav we don't have, but badge we can get by running the following. We can run PM DLX Shadcn add badge, and that will add it from Shadcn, like so. And that you can see it's got it, right? And then we have our header file. So in this case, we have our component, which is the header. If we go back into page, we can now uncomment this out, and we can basically import the component, which is the header. This component is freaking out because it doesn't return anything at the moment. That's why it's breaking. Okay. So we need a few things. Firstly, we need to know, is the user signed in? We need to know the path name of where the user is, because this header is going to be dynamic, right? This header is going to know if I'm in this part of the app or if I'm in the dashboard and beyond, right? So I'm just going to log in so you guys can see on that app. So we need to go ahead and do that. That means basically going to use the path name to determine, is this the dashboard? Does it start with is dashboard? And then based on that, we should show the dashboard nav. Okay, so I'm going to basically have two versions of the dashboard, one being this dashboard nav and the other being the one which is on the homepage. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to drop in all of the code, and then we're going to basically go through line by line and figure out what's going on. Okay, so here we have the entire header. like so. Okay. So first things first, the dashboard nav doesn't exist. So we need to kind of hide that one out. So a couple of things. Here we have a header wrapping everything out. We have a div, another div inside of it, and another div. If you're confused about Flexbox and what the hell that is, go check out my Flexbox Froggy video. It doesn't matter if it's a few years old. That is clutch for teaching you how Flexbox works. Also, if we're on dashboard, I'm doing a ternary here to determine we apply this style if you're on the dashboard, else we define this style. Now you can see I've got this glass nav and a few custom styles like gradient, emerald, and all of these things. So I'm going to show you how to add in custom styles in a moment. But here we have our Next.js link tag. So if we click on this, it will take us back to the original dashboard and so forth. Then we have the is dashboard. We have the sparkles, which for some reason aren't showing. Oh, because we have the emerald. Oh, that should be working. Interesting. It's because of the glass and so forth, which I'll show you about. Then we have the name, show dashboard nav, which we will create in a moment. And then if we're signed in or not. So if we are signed in and we are so this protect block is from Clerk Billing. It allows us to gate based on the user's current plan. So this is basically saying if the user has they don't have a pro or they don't have an ultra, we should show the upgrade to pro for the free users. Okay. And you can also do condition, or you can even have role. You can have role, or you can have plan. It's free. We haven't set up our plans yet, but effectively that's where it's going to come from. And and then we have the same going down. So this is all just presentational logic, literally how things look on a screen. The more important one is this sign in button. This one, it has a mode of modal. And if we click it, you'll see it brings our clerk pop up within range, right? So we can see that. So if we were to log in right now and do, for example, a login, this is all powered by Clerk Authentication. This will go ahead and create a clerk user for us. So if I was to go to clerk.com, oops, you're signing back into clerk, continue. Let's go back to clerk, let's log in, let's go to our dashboard. What we should see now is inside of there, it's created a user for us. So if we go in here, boom, that's my user that just logged in. Great. And then you can see now I have all of my links and an upgrade button to pro, but the screen doesn't exist yet. So that's why it's erroring out. All right. So before we carry on and build a dashboard nav, what I'm going to do is we're going to go to our globals.css and I'm going to get you to add in a couple of custom styles that we're going to use later on. Okay. So globals.css. And again, this is a big reason why I need you guys to go ahead and grab the code. Okay. Because this is going to be a lot of pasting values in, which we're going to effectively be using. Okay. Now, firstly, I'm not using dark mode in this one. You can feel free to add it in yourself. We're not having dark mode, right? So do it at your own wish, right? It's very simple to add dark mode. We have the root, we have the dark. So dark mode, I'm going to delete all dark mode styling for now. Yes, you're probably wondering, oh, how's he doing that? It's okay, just for this ones. Okay. Then we're going to add in a couple of custom styling things. Now, one is essentially for clerk. So we are basically the pricing card that pops out on the side. So bear in mind when you're here, this right here, we are overriding a style to make sure it's always at the top. So that is this one right here to make sure that the dialog, which pops out from clerk, is going to always be at the top. The next one is the pricing of the color card. So I'm customizing this. Couldn't find the right selector, so I basically overrid it at the CSS level, but that effectively is this toggle, right? Then we have our custom styles for our theming, okay? So this is where I really need you to go ahead and get the code for free in the description, okay? Because if you need this stuff, you can go ahead and see it. So we've got the root, we're going emerald, adding emerald custom teal colors, a gradient, soft, and a glow, okay? These are going to be used for later on. Then we have a few glass morphism effects, okay? So going down here, glass morphism, we're adding in glass card strong, and glass nav. Then we've got a few more. We've got some, I'm just going to do them at 3 at a time. We've got the gradient emerald. So in this case, we've got a gradient emerald text, gradient emerald hover. These are just CSS utility classes or CSS direct classes, sorry, with some custom styling. We're going to use it as we get into the build. And then we've got a hover, custom hover state for those gradient emerald hover. So this is basically, if you ever want to have custom CSS and Tailwind isn't supporting what you're trying to do, then that's how you do it. We can also have 2 custom animations. One is going to be a glow keyframe, and another one is going to be the posing. We're using these later on, right? Then we have the float that you see on the homepage and the shimmer animation. So we're adding those in as well. Okay. And then we have animate glow, animate pulse emerald, and animate float. Okay, there's quite a lot actually that goes down. So I'm going to literally just grab in everything at this point. I would recommend you just get the code because it's just going to take too long to just show you that otherwise. So basically down here, you can see if we go up from shimmer onwards, we've got animate glow, animate pulse, animate flow, animate shimmer, hover lift, hover lift, hover, hover glow, hover. These are modifiers, hover scale, hover, and also a few extra things like the emerald gradient. I don't know, have I got this twice? I feel like I did. No, I didn't. Yeah, I don't think I did. Did we? No, we didn't. Okay, yeah. Border left emerald and so forth. And again, if you're wondering why is there so much code right now and all this kind of stuff, it's because this was, again, partly a problem when you go ahead and vibe code because it goes ahead and just sometimes goes like crazy. But again, I actually did end up using all of this stuff. Okay. So this is all going to be used as we progress on the build, right? But now if I hit save, you can see, look, we've filled in our colors, right? So these were basically a case of we're just missing a few details. So that's looking pretty good already. Now we need to build out this dashboard nav. So let's go ahead and get that one done. So again, more of the naming convention that I've gone from in the internal code base, it's more lowercase. So I guess we could stick with that right now. Keep it for now, the capital H, but I'm doing it just to show you can, whatever you tend to do, just be consistent with it. I'm showing you both because I want to make that clear, but whatever you decide to do, just be consistent with it in terms of naming conventions. Okay. So let me pop this down here like so. Okay. Now here we have a client component like so. It's a client component, couple of imports. And then we have the path name. We're just determining if this is in the dashboard or not. Okay. Or basically this is more a case of if it's active based on which route is active. So are we on the project tab or are we on the upload tab? Okay. This is probably not the cleanest way of doing this. You can feel free to really customize that bit how you want. But all that is effectively doing is when we're inside of the dashboard, are we active or not? Are we on the project tab or are we on the upload tab? Okay. Then we have links, just 2 links, simple. Take us to different screens, dashboard and upload. Okay. So now when we go to that page, which we don't have built yet, hence why it's freaking out, we'll have this functionality. Okay. And you see how it changes between a inverted look. That's how we do it. Cool. So now we have the dashboard nav. Let's go down to the bottom and we need to uncomment it out. So right here, we can get rid of those, hit save. And now we have our dashboard tab. All good. Sometimes that just freaks out. You just need a little bit of a kick. Now let's do the hero section, features, pricing, CTA, and footer. Now these, again, these are all presentational. So these really are something I don't want to spend too much time on because this is more a case of you can literally go into the code base, see for yourself. These are not going to benefit you massively, in my opinion, by going ahead and line by lining this stuff. So inside of the components, all I do recommend here is maybe neaten it up. Have a home folder, have a, for example, a hero section.tsx and start putting your files in like so. Okay, so for example, the hero section, we've got some nice gradients. We've got the podcast uploader, which I haven't built yet. That's a big part of this app. So we're going to comment that out for now. But effectively, if I was to put that inside the page, import the hero section, now you can see, boom, we have the transform your podcast with AI, nice floating UI. And then this is going to be the podcast loader with a simple link that takes us to dashboard projects. Okay. So we're going to build that one in a moment. Features, pricing, CTA, and footer next. Okay. So let's do one by one. Feature section. Let's go ahead and do that. So I've got the feature section over here. Again, same concept, feature section.tsx, pretty much presentational, right? So it is presentational. You've got an array where we're basically mapping through. You can feel free to put that in a const outside if you really want to, but effectively all we're doing is we're mapping through each feature and showcasing it out. So to use that now, we go back to our page, we simply import it, and there we have it, our features, everything you need in one platform, and it is mobile responsive. And you're wondering, how is it mobile responsive? If you go to feature section, one thing I want you to pay attention to is if you see right here, everything in Tailwind CSS is mobile first style wise. So effectively, you start with a grid, okay? And then on a medium screen and above, it goes to a grid of 2 columns. And then on a large screen and above, it goes to a grid column of 3. And then the gap between each element is 8, right? So if you want to decrease the gap, you decrease the gap, literally the gap value. But as we go ahead and increase the size, notice how it goes from 3, 4, and so forth, okay? So on a small screen, on a medium screen, on a large screen. And then obviously you can go ahead and do even more. So if you were to hover over this, you can see that it even shows you the breakpoint. Okay, so that's typically how styling works. Hence why very easy with Shadcn, right? Pricing section is up next. This one is where we would need to set up clerk's billing. So in this case, pricing, let's go ahead and do that right now. So we've got the pricing section. Let's go ahead and paste that in. Pricing section, .tsx. Over here, we've got, the pricing section. So simple layout. Again, the only thing I need you to focus on is here, the pricing table that we import from Clerk. So mainly the appearance, all of this part is effectively extra. So right now the default pricing table just takes the pricing table and it shows what we've set up on the Clerk backend, which we will do in a second. Then we have the fallback. Now the fallback is effectively what happens when it's loading. So we just say loading pricing options. We have a little spinner. And then I've customized the styles, right? So this is effectively what we're doing here. So if I was to go ahead and put this in the page, we will error out. And I'll show you why. So this will freak out because we don't have billing enabled. Okay. So you need to go and set up billing. So at this point, what we do is we go to dashboard, we go to configure, we go down to settings in billing. And then in here, we go to, I'm in the wrong plan. We go to AI YouTube SaaS. Yeah. Going to configure. Did I add my JWT template here? I did. Yeah. Yeah. There we are. Go to billing and we see this. Right. Enable user billing. Yes. Save it. Cool. The next one you want to do is you have it all here. Now you can just add the pricing table component. And as you can see, if we were to go back to our app and we refresh, we have it. And we just have a free plan at the moment, right? So we need to set that up and configure it. Okay. So what we have here is Jay, if you could please just get me the keys that we spoke about previously and just paste them in the chat, as in the Slack that we have. All right. So here we have to create plans. Now, what I recommend you do for the payment gateway, while you're testing, you don't need a Stripe account. You can use Clerk's payment gateway. So this is amazing for demos, portfolios, anything like that. But in this case, it's worth mentioning that, once you do want to go to production, then you could click on this and you simply create a Stripe account and connect it, or you use an existing Stripe account. So it's so easy to get up and running in development wise. Let's create a plan. What we're going to do now is go ahead and create our plan. So in this case, we're going to call this one Pro. The description can be, this is for the Pro members. So right here, this is going to be the description. So you can go into AI include plus AI summary, plus AI features. I don't know, let's keep it different because it's not actually the summary. And then we have the monthly fee. So in this case, we could say, $24 to $29 a month. So typically it's $29 a month, but if you buy annually, it turns to $24 a month. Okay, so it'd be billed annually at $288. Then you can give a free trial if you want to. So you can just toggle free trial, click on 7 if you want, publicly available, save. Okay, now with that, what you should be able to see, if we go ahead and see over here now, here, refresh, down here, we've got, free and pro. Okay, now what you can do is obviously you can start to tweak this as you need to. So over here, if I go into the name, make sure the key remains as pro, but you just make it uppercase. And then you can go ahead and do the font. Now, the features is the interesting part. So Jay, I don't know if you've got them ready or I'll do it otherwise. So over here on my main clerk, if I go to configure, I have all of my settings dialed in already. So if we go to billing and then I go to manage plans and then we go to pro, you can see here, this is an active plan, so you can't delete it once people are subscribed. But here I have a different couple of features. So if I was to go to edit feature, for example, I need to create a feature called, which has a summary. So in this case, summary. I'm going to call this one AI summary. Now the name is facing the user. In this case, the key, I want it to be summary, but then forward facing is AI summary. And this would be just, for example, complete summaries, right? Click on create feature and I'll show you how that appears. And then we'll go ahead and populate the rest of them. So once that's there, I don't know what I should have said save. Let me go back over here. Pro. Oh, god damn it. Okay, so we're going to change this one to pro. And then, it should have had a save button. That's interesting. AI summary is still there. That's fine. Apply features to plan. And then we hit save. And then if I was to go back into my app, so let's just go back into the app. hit a refresh, what you will see now is Pro, and you'll see AI summary. So you can go ahead and customize that name to be like, it could be, for example, AI summaries, blah, 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 blah. You can make it as exciting as you want to make it, blah, 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 like all that stuff. Also, you can see that annually pricing works. And immediately, if I click it, I already have the entire checkout flow. So you see, it was just literally adding a pricing table that gave me the entire payment flow. That's nuts, right? That is crazy. If you don't understand the power of that, understand that we are not lying when we say it takes a lot of work to get pricing up and running, but that makes it super, super deadly simple. Cool. So now we have that down. So I'm going to go ahead and get the rest of them. Don't know where Jay's at. But in this case, we've got this one. Let's go ahead and add in a couple more. So we've got the social posts for this one. So I'm going to edit this one. Just grab these values. So new feature here. I'm going to grab that one. And this one's called social posts, right? Because I've got all my keys perfectly set. AI generated social posts. Click on create feature. There we go. That's another one. Let's do the next one, podcast title for the pro members. So we're going to give them podcast titles. So I'm going to add a new feature. And then here, we're just going to call this one titles. Okay. And then for the description, we'll say title suggestions. I'm going to create the feature. And then the final one is going to be hashtags. So I'm going to add the feature, hashtags. And then here, I'm going to do like so. Okay. Create feature. Cool. Click on save. And now you can see my pro plan. So this is the, pro plan has 4 features inside of it. Go back over here. And for the free plan, what we can do is we can go over here. And I believe the free we left at free user. I just need to double check. So free is still free user. You can see we can go ahead and give that a description. We can say that that is publicly available. And the feature that that user has is AI summaries. Okay, so we can go and say a free user has AI summaries. And then we're going to gate the 3 lifetime for the free. Right? We're going to do that on our own side based on what we store in the database. Go back over to plans. And then the final one is the ultra plan. So I'm going to create a final ultra plan over here. So I'm going to do an ultra plan like so. So what we do here is we say includes pro tier. Jay, I've done everything, dude, in that time. I'm not sure what you're saying. But in this case, 69. In this case, we're going to say it's $59 discounted monthly if you are able to do it. So in this case, free trial of 7. And then I'm going to add in all the features. The only ones that we are missing here before we add in those is YouTube timestamp. So here we have YouTube timestamps. And then description here. Jay, don't save because I'm doing something. Right, so just click on create feature here. And then we've got another one, which is going to be for, these are all the ultra features, by the way, right? So we have another one, which is going to be key moments. So add that in right here. Key moments. And then we've got the key viral moments. This is the key viral thing that the ultra plan goes ahead and does. And then we're going to go ahead and do the final one, which is full transcript and speaker recognition. So over here, and like so, we're going to do, but this one I'm calling it speaker diarization. Okay. So this is actually what it's called on AssemblyAI. So in this case, we're going to click create feature. Now I need to enable all of these features right now for this. So I go over here, available features, and we're going to simply toggle all of them. So toggle all like so, and click on add features to plan. Now you can reorganize them. So in this case, I'm going to put YouTube timestamps below. These are all in the wrong order. What the hell? Okay, you know what? Yeah, we need to order them because otherwise they're not going to show comparatively on the table. So I want AI summary. I want social ready posts. I want podcast titles because they're all going to be next to each other. I'll show you what I mean. Hashtags, YouTube, timestamps, key moments, full transcript. There you go. That's better. And then here, what I want to do is go ahead, and we already have that. So click on Ultra, save, and then click on back. And now we are good. So heading back, what I can do now is we can hide that one. That's fine. Okay, so go back to your app now, hit a refresh, and boom, there we have it. All of our pricing stuff is done for us now. Right, so going over here, we have Pro Ultra. You can bill annually or monthly. Of course, it's typically more expensive if you do the monthly option. And then you have AI summary. And this is why I like to put them in a line, so that way you can comparatively see that this one has more features than that one. YouTube timestamps, key moments, and full transcript and speaker recognition. So in this case, for example, you see, because I'm a free member, I'm gating upgrade to pro. So that way I can see that upgrade option, right? So we're using the gating feature now. So the next step is just finish off the UI on the front end, the CTA and the footer. Very simple sections, these two right here. We're going to add them in bulk because we want to jump to the functionality of the app. So first up, we have CTA section. So inside of our components in the home section, CTA section is simply going ahead, checking if the user is signed in. You don't even need to do this. This can be is authenticated. Don't know why I was doing that. And then over here, we can just say is authenticated. Again, another reason why I sometimes don't trust all of it. Like this doesn't even need to be this is a server actually. This is good. Okay, that's actually fine. Yeah. Don't trust vibe coding sometimes. Okay. So in this case, page.app, boom, pull it in. And now you can see footer is not defined. Oh yeah. So I forgot to add the footer. So the only one missing is footer. So boom, add the footer. And here you can see we've got the footer. Right now, these are just simple A tags. We can make these actually be links if you really want to. So let's change these to next links. And same for this, next link, and same for this. Next link, there we go. Yeah. And then for the footer, go back over here, import it like so, and then you have your front page, right? So super clean, upload your first podcast, will take you to the upload screen and so forth, right? And again, all of these, you see it behind it, /dashboard, right? So this is the dashboard landing page. Now, once you're done with this, before we jump into the next section, you want to checkpoint your app. So effectively right now, like you see, we've just done the landing page entire part, right? So there's two ways in which I would do this, right? One, you can either go ahead and do a local code review. So in this case, if I was to go ahead and click on review all changes right now, this effectively, well, typically the workflow that I would do is I would create a new branch, for example, to create my landing page. And then I would go ahead and run the review on that branch. So we can do it locally. I'll show you locally. Maybe afterwards, nearer to the end of the build, we can do one on the PR side of things. But CodeRabbit is going to basically pull out anything that we may have missed, for example, okay? And that's going to be really, really useful for us. So in this case, we can go ahead and run a review. It will set things up and it will basically test against all of these things. So it will go ahead and do a local review, which is really, really powerful. Now, while that's happening, what I want to do is run to ingest. So we actually started to set up ingest and then we stopped. So if we head back over to ingest and we type in Next.js, we have it running. So we did all of this, but we did not do our first function. So in this case, you can do this as you wish. I think it would be helpful to show you this, to be fair. So I'm going to have a functions folder. Yeah, I'm going to show you a different way. Okay. So we're going to go to functions folder. So in this case, ingest functions. And then we're going to go ahead and do the following. So we're going to go ahead and create a test function. So in this case, I'm just going to call this one, let's just call it, do I want to show you? Let's just do hello function. Okay. So hello.ts. Okay. Now here, let's grab this function. This one's called hello world. So, you know, to make it consistent, let's do hello world. Pop in this example. And as you can see, that is the client and so forth, right? So that's upper level, hence why it's there. Hit save, and that is our test function, okay? So going over to the client, it's not actually here. It's in the App API route. So this is where you want to put your function. So here you put your hello world, and then you would import your hello world function like so, okay? Now, because of that, remember before it said it couldn't recognize that it was there? Well, now you can see it found that hello world function. So if we go to our functions tab and we were to invoke the function on the back end in our ingest workflow, if we were to click invoke right now, I can pass data in, okay? If you noticed inside of the hello world function at data.email, we actually can go ahead and access something. So in this case, if I just said email is test at abc.com, and then I went ahead and invoked the function, boom, it ran, it completed, and as you can see, it went ahead, tried to run it a first time, and then the second time, and it finalized replying in message, hello, test ABC. Okay, so in this case, and now what's good about this, you can rerun from here, you can see how long it took, you can see what called it, all of this stuff. So really, really powerful stuff with Ingest. This is basically connected and doing what we need to do at the moment. That prepares us for afterwards when we really start getting into it, okay? And then back over here, I think I've been rate limited during this, to be fair. Oh no, there we go. I just got a bit stuck. So setting up, preparing sandbox, and then it will analyze the changes. All right, if you ever get stuck, just simply stop and start. It tends to work most of the time, right? So while that's happening and we're doing that little background code review, we can continue to prepare the next step. So next step is we have our page up and running. So if we go over to the final app, I can show you what we're trying to do right now. So I want my 3002. So this one is the one that I'm using to demonstrate a few things to you guys. So over here, we have this drag and drop your podcast file. Okay. So this is called the podcast uploader, right? It's gonna be a very important part of our app. So inside of here, inside of the hero section, we have it here, components podcast uploader. So let's start working on that and then we can carry on as we need to, right? So podcast uploader.tsx. Now, this one is going to be one of the more intricate things that we work on. So inside of the actual build, what I've done is I'm not gonna copy all of this. I'm just showing you. I've added in a ton of comments. So if you do ever get stuck, check out the code and it will literally explain everything for you. Okay. Obviously now I'm not going to just copy like that, right? So we're going to firstly just pop in our use client and then we need to install a bunch of dependencies and a bunch of things. Okay. So in this case, we need a few of these files to be made and ready for us because this is quite a complex thing that we're about to, well, I say complex, but it's just a lot of moving parts. Okay. So you definitely get the source code. Jay just dropped it inside the chat right now. Now, yeah, before we jump in, I just want to see, let's just give a quick check into CodeRabbit. You can see I started to review the files already. Awesome. So in a moment, we should start seeing these pop in. And this is really, really cool because then we'll be able to go ahead and see, do we need to make any changes right now? And what I love is you can locally apply the LLM. So if I was to check out this hello world function, for example, this is it, look. So here in the route misleading comment, for example, it found that one of the comments was actually, look, creates an API that serves 0 function, right? If we were to click on that, and if I hide this, look, it says the comment states 0 function, but the code actually serves the hello world function. Apply this diff, right? So it gives us really nice kind of insight. Right? Obviously, that's a very simple example. But if I was to go over here, for example, we don't address, well, what if, for example, in this instance, suddenly you forgot to do event.data.email, right? What if there wasn't an event.data email? Right now, it just says nothing happens. It will just say hello undefined. So it's gone ahead and given us some email validation, right? So what you can do here, you can either fix it yourself with a recommended diff, or you can fix it with AI. And I really like this because, for example, here, if I click fix with AI, I can go ahead and just get it like so. And then what I do is I simply hit run and my LLM will now have perfect instructions on how to fix it. What's even better is that, say, for example, I want to go ahead and fix a bunch of things at one go. Right, so I say, for example, I believe it was a really nice way of doing this. I think it might have to be after we have everything. Yeah, so it would be after it's done. So after all of these are done effectively. So I believe we can do it. Is it still doing it? Oh, I think, yeah, okay. But in this case, let's just go ahead and do, for example, this one, Command I. Potential issue, major. So you can see that even this one, this is a very good point. So you see how I told you guys to do Next.dev and Convex dev. It called me out and said, this is not work correctly on Windows. Could cause developer issues, right? Consider using a cross-platform solution like concurrently. So for example, like so. So in this case, if I want to implement that, I could either just simply go ahead and grab that in and paste that in like so, and just add it in. And now we can go ahead and run that concurrently, and then we'd have to add it in like so. Or I can just do the LLM solution. So in this case, I'm just going to leave my one there. But I can go ahead and pop this in, and you see it will perfectly go ahead and give examples of to your LLM on how to do it. And then your LLM can go and easily do that. That'll be a super quick job for your LLM. Right? So that's basically CodeRabbit. Now imagine this is the local checking. If I was to push this as a branch, this will happen at the PR level. So get started with CodeRabbit. The link is in the description. Absolutely awesome tool. I highly recommend you have it, even on the free plan as a starting point. And as you like it, you increase the plan. Okay, so let's go ahead and break this one down bit by bit. Firstly, we need Sonar, which is the toast notification. So let's start installing our components. So in this case, UI, Shadcn. Let's go down to Sonar over here. And you can see first step we need to do is this command over here. So we're going to install that. And we're just going to take it step by step because this app is very big. It can be scary, but it's fine. All right, we're going to install Sonar and that will get done. Next up, we have Vercel Blob. This is effectively how we're going to go ahead and upload stuff to our app. So head over to Vercel. And what I want you to do is type in Vercel Blob. And what you're going to do is click on Vercel Blob. And you can see here that this is effectively what we're going to be doing, right? So use Vercel in your workflow. What I recommend you do is go into your Vercel account. So rather than this, go to vercel.com, make sure you're logged in. And then what we want to do is go to storage, right? And you can see I've got a couple of things here. We're going to create a new database. We're going to call this Blob or select Blob. You can see I've got loads of options here, including Convex, right? Click on continue. And then we're going to create the store name. In this case, we're going to call this one, let's just call it YouTube AI Podcast SaaS, right? Choose your region, click on create. Now we have it, perfect. And then we have to add this to our project. So in this case, once we go ahead and deploy, so we can actually do a false deployment right now. So, or actually we can connect it to our GitHub project, which was, I believe, we haven't deployed it yet. So what we can do is we've already deployed the app once. Let me restart the playlist as well. So we got, let's put on Jay's playlist, mix it up a little bit. So let me go ahead and put on Jay's picks. Okay. Don't know if he's updated it, but we'll see. Okay. So at this point, yeah, we need to go ahead and deploy this. So I'm just going to go ahead and type in Vercel. I've already installed something called the Vercel CLI. If you haven't, just Google Vercel CLI. Go ahead and pop this in. Do you want to set up and deploy? Yes. This is going to fail, but we're okay with that. We're going to go ahead and play OK. Link to existing project. No. Project name. I'm okay with the default. Yep. Everything default. No. Everything's perfect. Okay. This will fail. But the point is that I'm just quickly creating a new project from my CLI. Okay. So now what I would have done is I would have created a deployment or a project over here called today, 25th. Yeah, this one here, just now. Now you can connect the Git repo to it. So if I was to do that right now, go to GitHub, I can actually connect the podcast AI YouTube SaaS. So we might as well do that. Very cool. And that means every time I deploy, I can get preview branches and stuff like this, like commit comments, all this good stuff. Okay. Large file storage, all this, right? Now, what we want to do is go back to storage, go to our YouTube AI Podcast SaaS, go connect, and oh, actually, you can do it from here, or if you weren't in that screen, so say we're on the default screen like before, then what you can do is you can connect project like so. So you can do it both ways, right? And then you just want to basically keep this as default, which is fine, right? We're going to add it to development, preview, and environment. Now, what that's done is it's added in the blob read token. Now this is a secret token, hence why it doesn't say next public. We want to copy that. And what we want to do is go to our environment file and I'm going to type in Vercel and I'm going to paste it in. So it's a secret blob token. Obviously I'm showing you guys, I'm going to invalidate it, but yeah, you should not expose that to anyone. Okay. And now Vercel Blob give you a nice gigabyte of free storage as well as 10 gigabits of data transfer. So you can go ahead and test things out, get it working as you need. So it's going to help us out a lot. The next thing is we need to actually go ahead and get this installed. So you want to do Vercel import or Vercel link or just add in the environment file like I just did. Okay. Then we need to install the package. So this is the command. I'm going to add a P in front of it to run it on pnpm. So pnpm install Vercel Blob. So you can see here. Let's pop it here. Oops. Oh, I don't like that sometimes. Vercel Blob. Yep. pnpm install Vercel Blob. And now this will go ahead and get rid of this error. So let's go back over here and you can see we're good. Okay, we've got a couple of server actions we're going to have to create. We've got a couple of components we're going to create, and we've got some lib files that we're going to create. Okay, so step one, I mean, we could start with the uploads, right? So upload drop zone and upload progress. Upload drop zone is very important, so let's start with that. What am I talking about here? This drop zone. So we're going to go into our components and we're going to create a component called upload drop zone. So in the components folder, I'm going to create upload dropzone.tsx. And then what this is going to be very important. So firstly is a client component because it has lots of interactivity. We are going to be using React dropzone to get this done. Okay. So Command J, pnpm I or add, and then we're going to do React dropzone. So this will start installing it. Okay. We've got a couple of constants. Now, why do I recommend you work with constants? Because sometimes when we're working in files, we don't want to have loose strings everywhere. You want to kind of have it so you have a single source of truth inside of your code base for max file size or allowed audio types or whatever it may be. So in this case, we need to create inside of our lib folder, a constants.ts file. Okay. And then what we're going to do is inside of here, I have tons of constants. So I'm going to go ahead and paste this in and show you guys what we have. So firstly, we have just a few imports we're going to need. Max file size. So this is 100 megabyte limit. This is just a default max file size. Okay. Then we have audio type. So our app allows people to drag and drop audio into the platform, and that will scrape off everything we want to do. So we're going to have a constant, which basically says all of the different audio types of files. Then we have different animation constants. So this one is basically explained here. So stop at 95%. So basically that estimation when we were uploading before, that is basically something that we built, like somewhat of an estimate, right? So this is effectively going to be, we'll come close. I'll explain this when we come back to it. Okay. And then we have the time conversion. So this is going to be used later on for time calculations and so forth. And then we have a few extra things. So generation output. This is for when we basically just standardize what we're going to be showing on the screen. So I'm just type safing a few things. And this is effectively the generations. Remember when it cycled through and it says 6 things are running in parallel. This is basically that. Okay. And we basically control it from one area. So now we've got the constants done. That gets rid of that. Okay. So upload drop zone, heading back into that. The next step is we've got some props that it's going to take. So we've got upload drop zone props on file select, disabled, and max size. So what we want to do is we want to have, it's quite a big file to be fair. I'm trying to think of the best way to approach this. So here is the component. It takes 3 props on file select, disabled, and maximum file size. By default, it's got some values. So that's what we're doing effectively there. Now we're going to have an on drop a function. So in this case, the first one, I'm going to add comments in as we go. This is basically what happens when we drop a file on. Okay. So it's going to firstly check, is the accepted files greater than 0? If so, we're all good. Right. So this is a callback, which means if on file select changes, it will re-render that and memorize it. Now, technically you don't need to use callbacks anymore with the React compiler, but it's there. You can feel free to remove it your own feeling, right? So the next step is we have React drop zone configuration. Okay. So this one is a bit larger, and effectively what we're doing here is we need to go ahead and set up our React drop zone. Now, if you go to React drop zone, the website itself, they've got a lot of this in the mix. So you can type in React drop zone. A lot of this is self-explanatory on the site. So if you go over to this, you can see prime examples of how to use it, how to set it up, all of that stuff. So in case you're wondering how the heck is he getting all this information, documentation. Okay. So back over here. So we have our configuration. So we use drop zone. We get a couple of handy functions. We pass in on drop. We accept the following. Now this is not actually correct. This should actually be from our constants file. So this should be allowed. This is not correct. Yeah. So we actually want to do our constants file. So this one was called allowed audio types. So we actually want to pass in that. Yeah. And then like so. And this one is freaking out because we're not allowed to pass in the following. So this is wrong because it's a type of string. And what is this accepting? This is accepting accept. Okay. So in this case, we could reduce it down or we could modify the type. Whatever the case, you can feel free to change up your one. In this case, yeah, effectively just imagine we had this. Or, okay, so actually constants. I see. It's because it's written in this approach. Okay. So for now, I'm going to let you guys refactor that. It's very, very simple that you could just copy this, copy the constants, say I need my constants to effectively be in this platform, or you can just keep a constant outside here with that in a key mapping or key hash mapping pair or whatever you want to do. Really, you can kind of go crazy with that. All right, max file size, we pass in max files. We're saying only allow 1 and then disable during upload. Yep, cool. And after that, we've got, we get our error message if it exists over here. So file rejections, error message, like so. And then this is why I really recommend you guys get the code that I talked about, right? That I've given you guys. Grab the code because I'm going to be popping it in right now and it's going to explain and help out a lot as I explain this through. Okay. Now, if you do get confused at any point in Cursor, what I recommend you do is you, for example, highlight over this, Command K, and you see where it says edit selected code. You can ask a question, say explain this, and then you do Option Enter, and now it will do an inline question. This is a JSX return statement. Creates a drag and drop area, blah, blah, blah. And then you see it goes ahead and explains every single thing to you. And then you can ask follow-up questions. Okay. So this is going to help you out in case you do get stuck. Now this is going to just go ahead and style it. So basically it just changes it while you're dragging over it. It highlights green and so forth. And then we've got the input field, which is effectively when you just click it. So there's an input field there in the mix, right? And then we have is drag active. It will change to upload all file audio. And then what happens when we go ahead and what's the instructions for it? And if there's an error, it will show an error like so. Okay. So this is effectively the drop zone itself. So that's done now. Then we've got upload progress. So upload progress is the next one that we're going to build. So upload progress, let's go over there. Upload progress is this component. So upload progress.tsx. Again, I've explained everything inside the code. It's a use client. We have a couple of imports where we're going to have to go ahead and define what these are. Same with the format. This is the props that it will take. So we'll create these in a moment. It takes file name, size, duration, progress status, and error. Right now, what this is doing is it's effectively just rendering out a bar which tells us what state are we currently doing. Are we uploading? Are we processing? Are we completed? Or is it an error? So this is just a dumb state that takes that status and then updates the UI. So there's some clever parent component that we'll be using here. All right, now if we're in uploading or processing, it will show, for example, here you can see, look, a progress bar, right? So it's effectively what we're doing. And then once it's done, upload complete. And if there was an error at any moment, it shows the error message. Now, what I want to show you here is we need to do @lib types. So I need to create this. So lib types we need. So there are a lot of libs that we have here that I've used to abstract complexity. So lib types are effectively the phase that we're in. Are we pending, running, completed, or failed? And also the upload status. Okay. So go back over here. And now this one is good. We got that. And same with format. Okay. So we're going to have another lib called format.ts. And this will require bytes and date FNS, right? So pm add bytes and date FNS. Okay. And then while that is installing, this is going to be all for formatting time. So effectively we're formatting the file size here to show readable file sizes, duration, timestamps, right? So this is just a timestamp explanation, right? Same here for date, same here for smart date. And again, I've explained what it's effectively doing. Okay, so this is more relative. Now you might be wondering, Sonny, but you can use a library. Well, I like to show both times, like both ways in a lot of builds. I always show React Time Ago, the library, but you can also do it in-house if you really wanted to. A lot of times when you're at work, sometimes it might be called out and be like, actually, you're not allowed to use so and so. So it can help you out sometimes, right? So we need to add in the developer dependency as well for the types. So pm I save dev types, and that will add in type definitions. So in this case, sometimes when that pops up, that's what you're effectively getting. Okay. I appreciate you so much, Kenya. That's such a nice one thing about PopFam. Before I do any project, I get a good project suggestion for improved videos. All love from Kenya. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Okay. So now we got the upload progress done. Okay. So heading back over, that's down. Then we've got lib audio utils. Okay. So audio utils, again, I've commented these to the 9s. So you guys will know what's going on. What's this erroring out? Format file size. Okay, I mean, that's interesting. What was that erroring? Okay, anyway. Audio utils, yeah. So again, I put in bigger explanations as opposed to smaller because I would rather you have an understanding in your own code base. But effectively what this one is doing is getting the audio duration. Why do we need this? Because I want to check at the client side level, is the audio that you're about to upload bigger than the maximum that we support on the platform? At the level of upload, that's more important, right? Because that way it doesn't go and waste the API calls and all that stuff. So in this case, create object URL from blob, load it into the audio element, extract duration, clean up the object, okay? And then error handling and so forth. So we have a promise, we have the audio object, we pass in the file, right? This is a helper function. We basically access the metadata, right? If we can't access it, we'll throw an error. And then here we have estimate duration from the size. So what we're effectively doing here is more based on the size, we estimate duration. Now, really, you can go ahead and mess around with this. This was more of an approximation. Again, this is not meant to be like dialed in, absolutely. This is also still a demo. There's so much that I'm trying to include in one video. So you can feel free to optimize that if you really want to. Use a package to go ahead and determine the actual size of the file. But yeah, so in this case, 1 megabyte equals 8 minutes approximately. All right, it depends on what we're doing. Assuming a rough bit rate of 128 kilobits. But if you really wanted to get into it, you could check the kilobit bit rate, then you can estimate it. You can go so far with this, right? Or you can just use the library. All right. So in this case, going back over here, now this is now done. So we can undo that. And then the final two are our server actions, create project action and validate upload action. These are going to be the interactive elements of this podcast uploader. So if we go to the top level and we are going to create our first server action. So we go to our package.json level, create a actions folder. And inside of here is where we have our 2 actions or 3 actions. I actually had it inside the app folder. Doesn't really make too much of a difference, to be fair. But in this case, we're going to have a projects.ts file. Okay, so projects.ts file. Now inside of here, we have a few different server actions. Now, most importantly, you need to have use server at the top of the file, right? This dictates to Next.js. This is only used on the server, which is a mandatory requirement for a server action. Okay, so the reason why we use them, right? I prefer using server actions wherever I can. It makes our code base way easier. You can also get type safety out of the box because you can have the direct link. Otherwise, an API route, typically have to add a bunch of extras in to make sure that you can cast the types. Server actions, we can do it very type safely. It's really nice, right? So in this case, we need to set up our convex and a few extra things. But what are we effectively doing here? Well, we've got quite a few functions, right? It's not actually as long as it looks. It's because I've added comments to everything to explain it all. But effectively, what are we doing? So we have one, which is validate the upload before starting. What this is doing is effectively check in, are we exceeding our planned limit? So based on the different tier that we're in, we're basically going ahead and we have a helper function here, which takes the auth, the user ID, the input file size and duration and checks it against. If you're allowed to proceed, it's okay, it'll go through. This is if you're not allowed, it'll go ahead and log it out and so forth. Right now, it's kind of letting us, successful. Yeah. So it'll go ahead and make sure this case. Someone goes, Broski, how often do you cut your hair? Once a week. There you go. All right, happy days. Yeah, but once a week I have to. In Dubai, it's very hot. But I blade it like 3-4 times a week, maybe, with a cutthroat. All right, interface, create project input. So this one is just for type safety to make sure that we can type check against a few things, our inputs. This one is creating project action. This one is more important, right? So this is just creating a project effectively, right? So what does this do? It adds our project to our Convex database, right? Now we don't have our schema set up. We don't have a few things set up. So we're gonna have to set up all of this stuff before we can proceed. So Convex, go to Convex, and inside of our Convex folder right now, we have nothing, okay? So what we need to do here is define what a schema is, what our schema is. So inside of here, we're gonna have a schema.ts file, right? We have 2 imports, right? This is how we set up our Convex server. Then we have this define schema function, right? Now, as you can see, we only have one project where we define a table, and then we have indexes, and this will help make more popular or frequent searches more efficient. So indexes are for efficient queries, okay? So by user, by status, user status, create that, and so forth. Now, inside the project table, think of it as like a NoSQL style table. We have a user ID, we have the deleted app, and the reason why we're doing a deleted app is because we want to soft delete. So for example, if a free user only has, no, Jay, that was actually a very good comment. I would have kept that in there. whenever a soft user, effectively what someone just said, is basically, why are you manually coding? We use Cursor, yeah, but one thing I will tell you guys right now, guys, if you just trust Cursor to do all your coding for you, I'm telling you, you're going to be screwed. So Dylan just popped in the chat. It was effectively saying, let me say, it says, why are you writing code? Stop coding. Dude, if you think that route is going to work for you, just go as far as you can go. And I promise you, you're going to hit some serious walls. Do I use AI to code? Yes, I do. Do I rely on it? No, I do not. I code tons still myself. So yeah, there you go. But yeah, there you go, guys. Jay, just chill. Jay's like a band bot in this case. So we've got the soft delete. Basically we have, we don't want to hard delete. So the reason why we want to do that is because if the free user goes over 3 uploads, then we know that they should not be allowed to upload a 4th, even if they try to delete and keep on under the 3 limit. Then we've got a couple of things, file information. This is important, the status, uploaded, processing, completed, and failed. This is going to be real time, and it's going to be how we update the UI. We have the job status. This is individual jobs, right? So this is an object. We have transcription and content generation. These are 2 phases. Number 1 is transcription, when we have the AI analysis. Step 2 is content generation, that is when it does in parallel the 6 steps on ingest, right? Then we have error tracking, if any error happened, and what step and timestamp and details and so forth. We have individual job errors, right? Where did did any of these jobs actually fail, for example? We have transcript, right? So this is the transcript from AssemblyAI. So this one is going to be effectively from, what's it called? So here we have the transcripts. This can be, effectively what we store from transcript AssemblyAI, including speaker recognition, right? So this is what we call as diarization. Then we have chapters as well, again, given to us from AssemblyAI, very good platform. We have key moments, again, from AssemblyAI. And then we have summary, we have social posts, and again, each individual Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, titles, hashtags, YouTube timestamps, and then we have our timestamp metadata. Okay, so all of it is in one file because I wanted this to be super reactive, right? So we can quickly, easily access it and so forth. So if I was to go back now, we can see back into our projects. Now we have our create project action. So what are we doing when we create a project? We effectively, firstly, we get the user's authenticated state. If there's no user ID, we throw an unauthorized call. You shouldn't be able to do anything like create a project if you're not authenticated. Okay. I also love this comment by Siren. He goes, the difference between vibe coding and assisted coding is clear. If you understand what is going on, then go for it. But vibe coding can be dangerous if you don't understand what's going on. Prime example, if I just said right now, go and build a podcast SaaS, do you think it has any idea how to do ingest parallel execution with retry attempts? Does it have any idea how to do authentication? You may be impressed if you have no idea how to code, but I can guarantee you it will build some slop that you will be impressed with. And then if we looked under the hood, we'll realize that this can break in a million different ways. And what happens if there's an error? What happens if this happens? What happens? It impresses the junior devs. That is the clutch way of putting it. It will impress a junior dev. If you use assisted coding, now that's a different story. Now your current self and your current knowledge on steroids. Now you're flying through code, right? Because you have effectively 10 extra hands to be able to build really awesome platforms. So very, very good comment. Thank you for sharing that, right? We validate all the fields. Basically, we make sure that the user one is on a plan. So in this case, we check if the user is an ultra plan or a pro plan. We're just using the has hook from or function from the user's auth object, again powered by clerk billing. Then we check upload limits. I need to create this function. All right, so we actually, I don't know if we have this one yet. We don't have this one, so we're going to create this function afterwards. If the validation is not allowed, we don't let them. Otherwise, we let them create it. Okay, so then we have create project. Wait, I've already done that one. Sorry, I was here. Okay, sorry. If we are allowed, so if we're not allowed, we finish there. If we are allowed, we grab the file extension. So in this case, we get the file. And then in this case, we don't have the project set up correctly yet. So yes, I created a schema, but there's one more step I need to do before we can actually use it. Then we have the user ID input URL. And basically, this is where we would create a project inside of this, right? And then basically here, this is for when we want to send events. Now, what is this doing? when we send an event to ingest, this is what we can use to trigger different ingest jobs. So this is going to be clutch and very important to what we do. And then obviously we return to the client. So let's focus on this first. So going back to Convex, we have a schema. Okay, schema was one thing, okay? But the projects.ts file is actually where we have the actual, so something screwed up here. So the reason why this is freaking out is we do not have these functions yet. So the way you do it is you create a projects.ts file, and then you create your mutations, right? So in this case, we have this. Again, it can be a bit confusing with all of this. So what I'll do is while I'm explaining, it could be handy actually to explain it if you're watching this video. So you can kind of pause it and read those bits. But effectively, we have a couple of imports. And then what we're doing is we have our mutation functions. So create project mutation, okay? And what this does is it takes a couple of arguments and it has a handler associated. The handler, also destroy those likes, guys, if you're enjoying this content. The handler basically inserts a new project with the initial uploaded status. So what it's doing is it's going into the database and it's inserting the user ID and a bunch of stuff. Now, of course, I'm passing the user ID here. You could, like we said before, use Convex and Clerks integration to get the user's ID and check if they're authorized at this level. Many ways you can do this, right? But because we're doing it from a server action, there is a double hop, which means we're going to the server and then we're going to the Convex route. So you do have to factor these things in. I teach this in Zero to Full Stack Arrow, but you really have to like remember, if you did it from the client to Convex, it would be accounted for. But it really depends on where you're calling it from. Okay. But in this case, yeah, if you're doing from server to the server to server, it can get lost sometimes, your authenticated state. And that will be an annoying issue, but it may not make sense right now. But the point is, anyway, this is going to create a new project with initial state of uploaded, and the initial job status is for each phase. Phase 1, transcription. Phase 2, content generation is pending. Okay. Then we've got update project status, self-explanatory, guys. We basically go ahead and we get the update and we basically go ahead and patch the update to a project. Okay. Based on the status that we pass in. Okay. After that, we have save transcript. This one is more for when we call AssemblyAI. But again, we can come to these afterwards effectively, right? But what I recommend you do is you can basically look at this file. All it's doing is it's taking a bunch of arguments and it's basically going to then go ahead and save it to our database or patch it into a project field. Same with update job status, same with save generated content. These are all just patching it into the, you see, like patching into the same project file. Same with get project is a get, so it's a query. Same for list user projects. Same thing, we're just querying. And then we've got get user project count. This one is including, for example, this is very important. So include deleted, right? You see here, include deleted. So this is important because we may use this call. We do use this call when we're checking for the free user quota. And we also have delete project. Now this one's important because we also need to know, is the user trying to delete, do you own the project or not? Okay. So in this case, you guys can see right here. All right, someone says, what is Ingest? Ingest is an incredibly powerful platform that we will be using today. Again, if you're new and you're not sure, it's basically perfect for AI and backend workflows. So it replaces queues, state management, scheduling. It handles all of that in a backend infrastructure for us, right? And it basically gives us a ton of insight and observability into AI calls that we're making or any call, whether it's running in the job process, but it'll make sense once we get started with it, right? Or check out the link that Jay just dropped and give the page a read. You'll understand what we're talking about. So then we have updating project display name. Again, if you're the owner of the project. So we have those things in check. We head back over. You can see the mutation is now exists because we have a create project mutation. Heading down now, the final action is delete project action. Right, so this one is just going to go ahead and again do a check on this level as well, because you should be checking at several levels just in case. But what we're doing here is we delete from Convex first, and then we're going to delete from this del, which is basically Vercel Blob. So basically we delete from Convex first, and we delete from Vercel. Right? Why I recommend you do that is either one, you can have a transaction-like approach, but the reality is they're two different services. So if one failed, we would rather that it's deleted from Convex first so the user can carry on using their stuff. And yes, and then maybe we can have a cron job in the background, which cleans up, undeleted files or whatever the case. But that is, you always want to make sure the user's experience is protected. Okay. And then we have error handling around it, and same for update, display name action, so forth, right? So heading over here now, we have our actions already. I think this is freaking out because we don't have our app actions project. So it's not inside of app. There you go, actions project. Okay, so back to the podcast uploader. Okay, so podcast uploader, let's go ahead and continue on with this. So we need a couple of things now. We need to have I think we didn't finish one of them, by the way. It was one of these has still got an error, I believe. I mean, we'll find the error. There was here it was. Yeah. So before we carry on, we need the convex and we need lib tier utils. So tier utils are effectively a helper that we have over here, lib tier utils. And again, this is going to need a convex client, and we're going to need tier config, which is again another helper. So the tier utils are effectively where we allow for checking upload limits. We effectively check which plan you're on. We apply the limits based on a constant file, and then we're basically checking the file size to make sure, are you going to go over your limit? Are you going to go over the duration limit? We do have a full README about the pricing that I have got inside of the final build. So in this case, if you can see, it'll be a pricing.md file. You can effectively read the entire thing where I explain all the different pricing tiers and how they all make sense in the build. So if you do want to know about that, you can go check that out. But effectively what we're doing is we're checking all of the project limits for you. And then if that's the case, you're allowed, right? Same for feature access. This is just a little wrapper. It basically helps us out with a true or false, and it just abstracts some of the complexity sometimes. Get plan features as well. Plan has feature, and get minimum plan for feature. In case you're these are all helpers for feature gating, right? You can just use clerks provided feature stuff as well, but what we're doing here is we're effectively just abstracting with, like, for example, this is clerks, right? But we're just using it for our own stuff. Okay, now the final one that I needed was, oh yeah, sorry, we didn't finish this. So we had the tier utils, which was here, and then this one is not working because of tier config, so we need to have tier config. This one again is just a bunch of stuff like plan names. Make sure this matches your backend. We've got a few type inferences. And again, this is where we're keeping a constant of all of the max projects. Now, this is required only for now. Clerk are coming out with usage-based stuff, which is going to be absolutely incredible. I've got preview access to it shortly, I hope. But basically, this is going to solve a lot of these things that we don't have to do manually. But just know that for now, we basically are using constants, and you can do this in a million different ways. You can even have these pull from the convex backend if you really wanted to. We've got some features, which is basically these are mapping to the key value pairs from clerk. Very important. These keys need to map to the clerk values that you have. So what do I mean by that? Remember these values over here, for example, social posts. So social ready posts right here. This key has to match that. Okay. So this is really, really important. You want to make sure that this is correct. And then we've got a few extra type safety things that we are going to be using. For example, which one free has that feature, pro has those features, ultra has those features. Same with this, right? Just a few extra mapping things like param, plan prices, feature to job maps. Again, a few extra helpers, right? So we have that's looking pretty good. And then we have convex client, right? So this is just again for us. So convex client. This one effectively is, again, this is so much overkill for remove comments. Well, let me just get rid of all these. That was so lazy of me. I could have just deleted that. But anyway, in this case, we just got a HTTP client, and then we have the convex equals new HTTP client. And we're basically going ahead and saying next public convex URL. This should not be the case. It should actually just be, if there is none, throw an URL. Okay. So this is what we effectively want to do. It's just giving us a server side HTTP client, right? So this will allow us to do that, interact with things. So now go back over here and we have it. This is freaking out because of, no, did you mean auth? This is coming from type. Okay, I'm gonna error handle that later. It's not a blocker for now. Okay, so podcast uploader, going back over here. Yep, that Now we're back here. So there's lots of setup. This is why I give the code for free in these builds. Completely understand it can be quite a lot. But as you can see here, we've got the next step, which is podcast uploader. So we have the actual function. We have a router because we want to send the user somewhere, and always make sure you're using next navigation, not next router. Then we've got the user's authentication state, user ID. Now, because we're using use auth, use router, we are in a client component. Hence why we have the use client directive at the top. Then we have a few things to keep track of the upload state. Okay. So these are selected file, file duration, upload progress, upload status, and error states. Okay. So these are all going to be used for us when we do that. Now, when we select a file, so for example, when I was to go ahead and drag and drop onto this right here, we're going to go ahead and have a helper function. Well, this one is handle file select, takes a file, it's an asynchronous function, sets a couple of our local state variables, and then we have a try catch block. Catch is obviously going to catch an error, right? So in this case, it's going to go ahead and provide us with some information using estimated duration, blah, 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 could not extract duration. So this could be if something was to go wrong, it's going to use the estimated value. But in this case, get audio duration is going to go ahead and estimate the audio duration. So this one comes from our helper function. Remember when we were basically using that rough estimation that we were talking about, and also the estimate duration from size approach. So this is going to try and get the true estimation from it. So it's going to try and access metadata. If it can't do that, then it will do the approximation approach that we talked about before. Okay. So that will set the file basically. Yeah. Set selected file and give us the time. Then what we have is the handle upload function. So before we do the handle upload and handle reset, let me pop the UI in first, and then we'll make a bit more sense. So the UI is effectively going to be a div where we have the drop zone from upload drop zone, the actual library. We pass in handle file select. We disable if your not upload status isn't idle. Then we have the select file. If you do select a file, we're going to show upload progress, which is that dumb component. And remember, we're passing through upload status from this component. And then we have action buttons, right? So if you were to go ahead and click the upload button or start upload, it will do that. Same with handle reset. So we need to create handle upload and handle reset, right? So handle reset, fairly straightforward, super easy. Just resets local state. Okay. Oops. Oh, that's horrible. What have I done? Handle reset. We'll go and do the following. What is that? Yep. Handle reset resets our local state effectively. And then we've got the main function, which is going to be our handle upload function. So handle upload is effectively when I drag and drop a file onto that, or when I click it, for example, then we're going to go ahead and have the following take place. So first, we say, if you didn't select the file or you aren't logged in, please select the file to upload. Or you can update that to be the following. Now, toast.error. Now we did add Sonar. However, I missed one step, right? So when we set up Sonar, one thing that we should have done is in layout of our app, we need to go into the app, and underneath the children, we need to add in the toaster. I forgot to do that. My bad. So, and you don't want to do what I just did. You want to do the toaster, but when you import it, you're going to do from components UI Sonar. Okay. Because we've installed it, so we might as well use it. So now back here, this will allow our toaster error to actually show on the screen. Now, firstly, we set the status to uploading with the upload progress of 0. Then we do a validate upload action. This is going to basically check, is the user allowed to upload, right? If that's correct, we go through. This is just checking if it's not correct for an error. Then we have a blob where we basically say equals await upload. This is coming from Vercel Blob. Now, Vercel Blob takes a file name, the file name itself, the selected file, and basically we're setting the access to public, the handle upload URLs, API upload, which we need to create. We need to create an API route for ourselves. And then we have on upload progress, which is basically going to give us back a percentage as it uploads, which is a helper function from Vercel Blob, right? Then we have step 3, which is once it's done. So this will run until it's done. That's why we have this helpful callback function. Then after that's done, then we can safely assume that yes, it created it. So we can go ahead and add the project to Convex database. We show a success message. We show, okay, all good. Then we route the user to the project details screen. If any error happened, we show an error. Okay. So hit save on that. And now if we go back to our app, let's go ahead and see for ourselves over here. Go to the hero section. Let's add back in the podcast uploader. So we hit OK. And as you can see, ooh, lovely, right? So if we go into our Finder now, I'm just going to go ahead and drag and drop a file from my Finder. So if I was to go ahead and grab one of my audio files here, let's go ahead and do short podcast clip. I've got a shorter one here. So for example, this one, I drag and drop. You see that? Look, very nice, right? I drag it in, boom. We have this. If I click start upload now, we click it, start upload, and look, it's uploading. Oh, it failed to retrieve the client token. So I probably haven't done something correct here. So at this point, why did that happen? I know why it happened, because we went to upload it. And then what happened here is we went to upload it and it was hit, boom. It basically failed at the API upload step because we don't have an API upload, right? So in this case, we go to app, API, and then we need to create a new folder, which is called upload. And then we have a route.ts. Okay, so inside of this folder now, inside this file was route handler. This is where we effectively have the route, which handles the uploading of the Vercel Blob. Now, what is a blob? It's just basically effectively like and it could be anything. It could be an image, a video, anything like that, right? A binary object, effectively, right? So I want to show you. Do I have? God, this is messy. Right, so here we have it using code, avatar upload page, you see avatar upload, and you can pass in query params and so forth. Then you have an upload route. So effectively, this is how simple it can be. Okay, now I will show you what we effectively do. So here we have, again, we need to create an API error util, which is going to help us with error handling throughout. But effectively, it's a post request. Okay, we try and catch. So if we catch any error, it goes and does the following, and we have this helpful API error helper function, which we're going to show you how to create afterwards. But firstly, we authenticate the user. All right, we check the user's ID. If they're not authenticated, we throw an error. Right, and again, I've created this to help us out. Then we have the body of the request. We go ahead and grab it. Now, handle upload body, we're getting from Vercel Blob, so that way we know what the upload is to be expected from the body. Then we can determine the user's plan. Right, so in this case, plan limits free, max file size. If the user has an ultra plan, then we set that to the ultra. So we start with the free plan, then we basically change it to ultra if they're ultra, and we change it to pro if they're pro. Then we generate something called a pre-signed upload URL. This is basically a ticket that says you're allowed to upload to Vercel Blob of this bucket effectively. So we pass in the body, the request, and on it before generate token, we basically pass in the different things like allowed audio types, add random suffix, and then which is going to basically be, I'll show you what happens afterwards, and then the maximum file size. And when it's complete, we just console log. You can basically even here, what I would recommend even is here, you have the convex logic. So in hindsight, you would add the convex logic here because it would be at the level which is guaranteed to be uploaded. So it would be more safer to add it here. Right, so you add the project in convex over here. So I would probably refactor that if I was you, but return next response, and then that's all good. So the only thing we need to do is create this API util, right? So in this case, go over to our component lib, add in API utils, and this effectively is two imports, and effectively it has an API response helper, which basically just returns next response to JSON, right? And we have API error, which basically just returns by default an error. These are just more a case of like, these are so extra if I'm honest, but you'll see this pattern sometimes in production builds. So you'll see them like standardize it. So that way it's maybe easier for readability and so forth. Even here we have the with auth, which effectively just says, if you were to run something with auth, as in a function with auth, basically it would go ahead, and if you're not authenticated, it would throw the error. Okay. This is not a wrapper though. Is it a wrapper? It doesn't have child. Yeah, I don't know. This one. Oh, sorry, don't do that. Yeah, but anyway, we can come back to that. Right, so in this case, go back here. Now we have our route. Now we try and upload. Okay, let's try again. Boom, uploading. We should be able to, yeah, there we go. Look, progress, upgraded, and then we should get a 404, bam, because it went to the project. But we have a project ID, which means it was added to Convex. So if I was to go back over here, first up, I can be 100% confident there's a project in here. So here, boom, there you go. We have a project with the M4A podcast clip. There you go. So we've successfully added something. Go to numbers. We can actually delete this one. This is part of the dummy database. We don't need that. And then if we go to Vercel Blob, so Vercel, oops, what the hell is that? Berkeley, Vercel, boom. And now you can see if we go into AI Podcast SaaS, go to the storage, you can see Vercel AI Podcast Storage, and then you can see, boom, podcast clip with the add random suffix at the end. Click it, and then you can see we have the audio MP4 file. You can download it, you can use it whatever you want to do, and it has cache controls and so forth. Okay, so that's basically an upload done. So well done, you done your upload, right? 2 hours, 30 minutes in, we still got a lot to go. Damn. Okay, it's gonna be a long one. So in this case, now what we're gonna do is have a localhost 3000, and then now we have to go ahead and do the dashboard projects screen. I reckon this is the most important one that we do next, because it makes the most sense. Yeah. So now we have the dashboard projects and then ID. So how do we create that route effectively? So we have app, and then let's go to app. So we need to go ahead and so we want to have a dashboard route. So in this case, app. So I have our dashboard. So dashboard route. And then inside of there, we've got a couple of different areas. The main one that we're focusing on right now is project ID. So in this case, it'll be project / and then wildcard, which is ID. Wildcard meaning it could be dashboard / project / anything, and then it would get captured on that page, right? So page.tsx underneath that. Okay. So effectively inside of that page now is where we will have the project. So this will be a client page, so use client. And then we will have the project detail page. Okay. So right now this will still not work because we're not returning anything. But if we were just to return, for example, here, a simple, project details page, for example. So in this case, let's just do project detail, ID, like so, hit a refresh, dashboard project. This is still a 404, dashboard projects, dashboard project. Oh, I made a mistake. This one is going to be projects. Update, yes, all imports. And now you can see project detail. There you go. So you see, you shouldn't move away from a 404 to this page. So you've done something correct. Well done. Okay. So once you've done that, this one is pretty damn big. I'll be honest, right? This a lot of stuff is going to happen in this page now. So let's take a look at what goes on here. So what I want you to do is I'm going to go to my demo. I'm going to basically drop a podcast file. So just to show an upload clip example, start the upload. And effectively what we're doing now is a few steps that we need to do. So once the upload's complete, which we've already done, it takes us to a project detail page. Now here, you can see, well, right now I haven't got my ingest running. Okay, so that's why it's not running here. But typically we'll have two steps. We'll have an AI analysis step, and then we'll have a content generation step. So that is very important now, what we need to do. So heading back over, what is this? Cancel. Okay. So step one, firstly, make it look like the dashboard, right? Why does ours not look anything like the one that I just saw there? Well, firstly, we need to have a dashboard layout. So in this case, anything in the dashboard route, you see how we have a global layout, anything in the dashboard route, we also want to have a layout. So layout.tsx at that level. What we do is we have an RFCE, which is just a quick way of writing a functional component. We can call this one the dashboard layout. Dashboard layout. And then JMore is better. Dashboard layout. And then here I'm going to pop in, we have the children. So children is typically the pattern as to how we make this work. And we have the children there. And then I want to have it. So in any of the dashboard routes, we always have the header like so. Oops, interesting. Okay. Dashboard header like so. And then we have in here min height of screen always by default. Okay. Now this bit I'm going to wrap in the main block for SEO. And then I'm going to have this be padding top of 4 away from the header. And then on larger screens, I'm going to say padding top of 10. Okay. Cool. So in this case now, boom. You see, we've got that responsive header that is there. That looks much more. I've accidentally bloody closed it. All right. So there you go. Okay. Cool. Nice. So what we want to do now is, oh, I thought that was my computer fan. I was like, what the hell? It's loud as hell. Okay. So, oh, my ears hurting. These headphones are super like pressury on my ears. Okay. 1 second. So that really hurts my ears. Okay, maybe I have it around my ears. Yeah, there we go. Better. Still hurts, but I can't lie. It's all right. All right, so in this case, we got the page. So project ID page. Yeah. So firstly, there's a loading element here. When I refresh, it will effectively load and be blocked. When it is blocked, when we have an asynchronous element, I want to add a loader to it. So I can add a loading at different levels. What I want to do is add one at the projects level. So at the projects level, I want to add a loader. So loading.tsx. This is going to require card and skeleton components from Shadcn. So skeleton, fairly straightforward. What we do is we say PMP. Oh, actually, no, it's not this one. It's if we go up. Okay, we need the card and skeleton. So let's go back over here. Let's go to our Shadcn. Here. And let's go to our components. I need the skeleton. Skeleton's a cool component. It's basically for like loading things up. So let's add that in. Let's also add in the card. So card is very handy. It's for like any carded element. And you see how it adds all these extra things in. So let's go ahead and add that in as well. Right. So that's going to be basically if any page at this level and below is blocked by an asynchronous element, then it's going to go ahead and do that. So in this case, it will go ahead and run the loading dashboard as a fallback. It's basically a React suspense boundary. That's effectively what's happening here. Okay. So what we want to do now is actually make this page useful. So what we need to do as a step really here is basically, let me just go back over here. So firstly, tons of imports here. I'm not going to jump fully. I think we should step into this, otherwise it's going to be so overwhelming. But okay, for step one, we have a couple of imports. So we have our use auth, we have our use router from Next Navigation. Okay, don't make slips on there because you can easily get that wrong as well. Right. Then we have our get project to basically identify which project we're in. So use query comes from Convex React. API comes from our Convex generated files. This ID comes from Convex generated files. And as you can see now, where is that running out? Biome is being really weird today. But in this case here, Convex is not. There you go. It's a single source of truth. All of our updates are going to come from our project. Okay. So every time Convex updates, project is updated in real time using use query. So it's very handy. Okay. Then we have some editing state. We also have some tab state for basically which tab we actively select. If I go back into the main app and I show you the home, I'll basically try and show you my projects. If we were to click into this, oh, it's not going to even load it. I'm not in the right app. Let me just log in over here and just show you something quickly. Yep. So these different tabs, effectively, like which tab are we in? So this is going to be the active tab state. We also have two different states. One is for the mobile tab. One is for the desktop tab. So we're basically going to be starting off on summary and so forth. We're going to have statuses from Convex. So initially, it's going to be the transcription. We need to get these from, import it from libtypes. But initially, we're going to say it's from the project job status transcription. Otherwise, we default to pending. Right? So default pending is a nice fallback. Import use state from React. And then we have handling edit titles, handle cancel edit. These are basically going to be used for whenever we click this editing approach. So if you want to edit the name of something, these are going to be helpful for doing that. We also have a handle save edit function. Again, we've already created the helpers to do this, but if we were to go here, effectively what we do here is the toast is going to come from Sona. Update handle action is going to come from our actions projects file. And effectively all we're doing is here, when we click that save button, so when we click that save button, we're basically just saying, firstly, project name can't be empty, but otherwise here, when we go to try it, we update the display name. So this just triggers off a server action, passing the project ID, the edited name. We have loads of fail safes at the server action level, shows a toast, sets editing to false. self-explanatory, right? Siran, I appreciate you guys. This entire build is insane. I can't wait to deep dive and use all this incredible tech. I appreciate you so much. I love the positivity. Okay, so once that is what's it called, down, not yet, Jay, I think we'll do it afterwards. So basically we have this looking pretty decent. I want to actually start doing some of the UI part here. So if there is no project, we're basically going to show okay, I need to show two states really. So one, if there's no project, I'm going to show a loader initially because it's loading typically. Otherwise, if the user is not authenticated, we're going to say you don't have access to this. I'm just importing the card content. Again, all of this code is available for you guys. And then we have a few helpful pieces of state. So these are going to be is processing is basically if this processing completed failed, and that basically makes it a little bit cleaner when we actually come to coding the thing. Now the main bulk here, we will pop in directly because this is going to be more beneficial because I have to refactor a bunch of, or I create a bunch of components at once to explain what's going on. So what I want to do is I'm going to pop in the return block. So this is going to consist of all of the tabs that you see in the page. So this right here. So yeah, and that could be very scary. So in this case, go back here, get rid of that one. So we have input button. We have a button over here. We have, you know, if you're editing, this is going to be the project status card, which is effectively this. Then we have everything beneath it. If it's failed, if it whatever for whatever reason, if it failed, we have the tabs. These are going to be the different tabs. We have the mobile view. This is the mobile drop-down tab. We have the desktop tabs, and then we have each of the contents of the tabs. So all of that is to be built. Same with the input, same with the button. The button symbol is a component UI button. Save comes from Lucid React. Input, we need to go ahead and actually add in from Shadcn. So input is from here. So let's go ahead and pop that in like so. Command J, pop that in like so. And then that will solve that. X comes from Lucid. Then we have here, edit 2 comes from Lucid React. Handle delete, we need to create that helper function. Trash 2 comes from Lucid. We need to create a project status card. We need to create processing flow. Processing flow comes from that, it's that dynamic element we saw earlier, right? We have the card header, we have the card title, tabs. Tabs are going to be, we will use, I need to double check that one actually, what we ended up using. So I believe we will create tabs. So tabs, yeah. You see here, effectively, this is what we're going to be using. So step one, we need to add tabs from Shadcn. Okay. Now, step two is we need to import everything. So we need to import the following. So going up to the top, import tabs, tabs content, and tabs list. So heading back over here, we also have a select field. Select is for this right here. So select is to build a custom select drop-down field. We're going to build that as well from Shadcn. Go over here, we have a bunch of those things. Jump that in. Select is the following import. Going back down over here. We have mobile tab item, which we need to create. Project tabs comes from, we need to create that one as well. Desktop tab trigger, tab content as well. We need to create this one, the summary tab, tab content, key moments tab. Each of these are individual components, which are going to be rendered off what we need. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to firstly replace all of our imports with the final looking imports. So that way we know if we need to create any helper functions or what we need to create. You can see a lot happens effectively, right? Now, what I recommend we do here is before I start creating these out, it's more important to understand the flow of what is going on here. So what's really happening at the upload, because basically that's the more important step here. Before I even add that in actually. So before I even add in or replace these, or I mean we can, because I guess it's not going to make a difference now, right? So yes, we need to create a bunch of components. A lot happens here. But when it uploads, you'll notice how we published something. So there was a moment where we published an event It was published event. It was a send event. So ingest.send, this one. So trigger workflow asynchronously. So this happened when we created a project. So when we uploaded the file, we actually created a project. Now, what we want to do is when we create a project, we send a podcast uploaded event. And what this does is it includes a couple of bits of data. So this will include your project ID, user ID, plan, file URL, file name, file size, and MIME type. So what we're effectively doing here is we're basically going to go ahead and kickstart an ingest event. Now, ingest is going to be running in parallel in the back 6 different things if we're on the ultra plan, 1 thing if we're running on the free plan, and 4 things if we're running on the pro plan. So you're probably wondering, wow, Sonny, how are you going to do that? Plus have retries, plus have everything. I'll show you. So ingest is going to basically, what we're doing is we're offloading it to ingest. There's a couple of benefits to doing this as well. Vercel server functions have timeouts. Ingest doesn't have timeouts. So basically you can offload long-standing AI tasks to ingest and it won't time out. Whereas opposed to, I guarantee if you worked with Vercel, any kind of serverless function, you'll know about the timeouts, right? It can get a bit kind of frustrating. So yeah, you can always increase it, but there's also a cap on that. What about the really long jobs? This is where ingest comes into a league of its own. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create firstly an ingest function, which is going to be for podcast uploaded. So what we do is we come over here and we go to ingest. So ingest functions, and where we created a dummy function before, we're going to actually create a real one called podcast processor.ts, right? Now, what are we doing here? Well, firstly, I'm gonna pop in the entire description, so that way you can pause it, kind of read it if you want to, but we have our imports and we have different steps. Notice these steps, right? Very important steps as part of this workflow. Now, how do we actually get a true convex function to a convex ingest function to work? Well, really what we're effectively doing here is we need to create our ingest function, and it takes a few things. It takes the ID. Will it work in parallelism? So, can we execute steps in parallel? Then yes. And can it retry on its own? Yeah, we're gonna have 3 exponential backoffs, right? Then we have the event trigger. What triggers this ingest event to trigger off and start doing its thing? So we're going to have the event podcast uploaded. Okay. And then we have the actual thing when it fires off. So this is basically the asynchronous step. Okay. So when we receive a podcast uploaded event from anywhere where we basically fire off the event from. So in this case, we fired off the event from Convex backend, basically ingest.send, boom, we sent off this event. Doesn't matter where we send it off from, as long as we know that we send it from this client, then this ingest backend is gonna listen, right? So as soon as it receives that, boom, it starts executing. It has access to the event, the step, all that good stuff, okay? So what we can do is we can extract the data that was sent along with it, okay? So first things first is if you see when we sent it off, you'll know that there was, where is it? Here. We sent project ID, user ID, plan, file name, size, and MIME, okay? So we can get a bunch of these details. We can get the plan, right? We can say otherwise, just by default, we get the user's plan or it's on the free plan. And then we can basically start logging things out if we want to debug, right? So processing project. I'm also adding it there because I want you to see what's actually going on. So we have a try catch block and a bunch of stuff is going to start happening now. Okay. Now, can you refactor this? Can you make it more cleaner? Yeah, you can take it as far as you want. It's completely your call. What I'm going to show you at this point is basically I'm going to break it down bit by bit because this gets quite intense right now. So let's go ahead and get the entire try catch and I can run you through it. So, and again, this is why I recommend you grab the code because it's going to be something where you can easily get left behind and kind of really deep confused right now. But here we have it. So try. So we start with a try. And there's a catch block. down here where if any, for any reason we have an error, we log the error, we record the error, we catch if there's any error, update in the project status, and then we rethrow to ingest. And the reason why is because if we have a retry attempt, ingest will automatically trigger a retry. Okay. Now this one is freaking out. Type definition. You can pretty much very easily go and fix that one yourself. But down here now, firstly, we want to run our first step. So our first ingest task. Steps are so important, right? This is effectively how we break down and orchestrate the ingest workflow. So in this case, we have step, update, status, processing, right? So this step basically is where we update the project status we get the project status, we update it to processing. Step 2, we basically go ahead, and this is how I like to think of it. It's very simple when you think of it like this, right? Update job status, transcription running. So what we do is we go in, we say, take the job and basically change the transcription status to running, because each individual job status, each individual job is going to get updated. So it does this one, it changes the entire project status to processing, and then it changes the individual job status to running. Then we've got the actual main step 1, right? Which is basically phase 1, right? We have phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 is the AI analysis, the transcription. Phase 2 is the content generation, the AI content generation. So step 1, we're going to transcribe with AssemblyAI. So this is where we basically go ahead and transcribe the audio. So basically what we're doing here, well, we need to create this helper function, this transcription step. Now this is where we effectively send it to AssemblyAI, and AssemblyAI will give us a transcript back. Okay. And then what we do is we update the job status saying, you know what, this one was effectively the transcription job is now completed. After that, we go ahead and say, now we're starting the content generation step. So we put that job to running. You see how we're doing it effectively, right? Then step 2 is basically where we run the parallel content generation. Now, of course, here it's using any because it's just more a case of tracking the jobs. But what we have here is effectively an array of jobs. So effectively we're pushing in different jobs in the mix, and I'll explain that bit when we get to it. Firstly, let's do the first bit, transcribe with AssemblyAI. Okay, so transcribing with AssemblyAI, we need to create a steps folder. So inside of here, we're going to have a steps folder, and then we're going to have our first one, which was our AssemblyAI transcription. So inside the steps, steps, transcription, and then we have AssemblyAI. So this is basically using AssemblyAI's API. So I'll show you AssemblyAI in a moment, but effectively what it does is it takes the AssemblyAI API, passes in the key, then we go ahead and we start the transcription. So what we're effectively doing here is we're doing AssemblyAI transcripts transcribe. We pass in the audio URL. AssemblyAI handles downloading it locally for their end, right? Then we enable a few helpful things. We enable speaker labels. What this does is it basically allows us to go ahead, and we don't gate anymore. Yeah. What this allows us to do, is actually gated for Ultra members. Yeah. So this is what determines who is speaker A, who is speaker B. AssemblyAI gives this to us. Then we have auto chapters. So in this case, we've got, it generates key moments for us automatically. And then formatting text. This adds punctuation, capitalization from the original transcript, which can be very handy. Then we check for any errors, right? We basically pass the data into our own preferred type. Then we basically log it out. And then here I basically get the segments, chapters, and utterances, right? We format it to what we need it to. And then we format the transcript. Basically, this is where we have the different speakers. Utterances just means speakers like speaker A, speaker B. And basically, what is this doing? It's basically determining if speaker A, when did they start talking and when did they stop talking? What was the text they said and how confident are you that that is what was said at that time? So you will have loads of these effectively, right? You have like, say it was a conversation between me and Jay, you would have literally like maybe 100 of them if it was quite a long conversation, because I would talk, Jay would talk, I would talk, Jay would talk, and it will say when I started talking, when I stopped talking, and so forth. Same for chapters. And then what we do is we're basically shaping the data as we need to, and then we're saving the transcript, right? We return the enhanced transcript for the steps, and then basically, and if any error happened, we record it and throw the error so it can retry the step, okay? So here, going up, AssemblyAI, right? So firstly, what is AssemblyAI? Let's go and use it. So if we go to AssemblyAI, the website, you can see down here, AI models to transcribe and understand speech. Very helpful platform. All right. If they're watching this, feel free to reach out. Okay. Try our voice API, try API for free. So I'm going to create an account. I already have one account, but let's go ahead and use a new account. I'm going to use I know I haven't used this account. So let's use this account. And I'll show you guys from scratch. We're getting your account ready. And remember, if this is you guys, you get a free trial period as well. So in this case, you get an API key. So right now, I wish I didn't show that. Anyway, it's fine. Right. So you didn't hide that API key. What we're going to do is we're effectively going to create an AssemblyAI API key inside of our backend. So what you want to do is inside of your code, go to .env local, and then we're going to do AssemblyAI, the API key. Again, don't show this one. And then tell us what you're building. It could be anything. In this case, we could be like other, choose your path, test at the playground, no code required, ready to call that API. Get started. Okay. And it's very simple to get started, right? So you go code, low code, no code, streaming audio, pre-recorded audio. We're using pre-recorded JavaScript SDK, and you can see that beautiful, right? It literally gives us everything we need to go ahead and get started, including the transcribe. Now you can also transcribe live audio, which is really cool as well, right? So let's dive into that. And as you can see, I've got 50 free credits remaining. When I tell you that lasts for ages, guys, like it really does last for ages. So kudos to them for giving me 50 credits, $50 free credits, but it was awesome. So we're going to save that. And then we need to install AssemblyAI. So over here, when we go to our API reference cookbooks, you can feel free to check out yourself, but I'm going to save a bunch of time and just do it ourselves. So AssemblyAI, we're going to do pnpm I AssemblyAI. Okay. Now we're going to have a bunch of errors there because obviously I haven't finished code over on the other side, but you just got to trust me that it's good. So we're going to go ahead and add a types.assemblyai file. So in this case, this one is going to be inside of, now we can add this in a few places to be fair. So at the top level, I'm just going to create a types and then I'm going to pop inside there AssemblyAI.ts. I'm just giving a bunch of types. So text, start, end, confidence, same here. Same for formatted segments, same for chapters, utterances, and transcripts with extras, right? So this is just to keep things consistent as I pass them around, okay? Now that's going to be at the top level, so we can change that. Now this is AssemblyAI effectively done. So we can call it, it will go ahead and basically, the transcript response honestly has everything inside of it, okay? So if we go back now, what we can do is, there you go, we've got the transcribe with AssemblyAI step. So now what I want to do is, don't spam the chat, dude. So once we've done that, what we want to do is, so what we want to do is we've effectively got, the update status. Sorry guys, 1 second. Yeah, we got the update status. That's processing. Yeah, we already done this. So transcribe audio step. Yeah. So here, so after that's done, then the rest will begin to, then we've got the main bit. So I kind of want to show you that bit first. So this will leave us in the kind of corner case, but I don't care. I kind of want to show you that before we do it. So if I was to comment things out for a second, and then I was to comment these out for a second, we can actually test this out now. So we can make sure that this actually kind of does its thing. So console log, actually we don't need to. Okay, so let's try it out. So go over to localhost 3000 and it's gonna fail because what we can do for now is literally do just kind of an RFCE. Just, yeah, there you go. I'm just putting a page in for now so it doesn't error out. Okay, so drag and drop a podcast file. And what we want to do on the side is let's have our podcast clip. I recommend just get an audio clip of talking. You can download podcast clips easily. Literally grab a audio only clip of it. And then what I want you to do is on the other side, you want to have your ingest development server running. Okay. So now start the upload. Okay. So what we'll notice is that if we've done it correctly, after this, we will see a job run. So we did not see a job run. So, oh, okay. I didn't register the function. So that's a good test. So basically we have our podcast processor, but we don't have registered. We haven't registered it. So this is a function, sure, but where inside of the app API ingest route, on stop here, we should add in the podcast processor. And now it's a registered function. Otherwise, it would just be accepting anything that we send to it, right? So 2 functions found, podcast processor. Now we should try it, okay? So what we do now is we go back. We go ahead and upload. 1.5, start upload. And now what we can see is if we've done it correctly, it should, yay, look at that, queued. And look, it's starting. Look at this. And right now, if we did it correctly, this is now transcribing. So it updated the job status, great. So it updated status processing, execution. I mean, you can even have an output there if you really wanted to make it like super clean and simple. But wait until it's done the execution. Typically it'll take about, won't take that long, but transcribe audio, boom, there you go. And as you can see, it's given us utterances, which are all the speakers bits, the different chapters, and it would have given us as well the text. So this is a long bit of text, which is all of the transcription. That is awesome. So as you can see, that triggers off our event. So just from that alone now, we have all of the speaker utterances and everything. We can test this by going over to AssemblyAI. And if you see inside of usage, now you can see we've made a call and you can see the usage is there. Transcription history. Pre-recorded, yeah, there you go. And look at that. You can see audio URL. Click into it, and then boom, I can see speaker A, B, A, and so forth, right? Code, you can see API response as well. So this is really handy, right? So a very, very cool way of going in. And it also does multi-language as well, which is very nice. Cool. So now what I recommend you do is go into your app here. And then we need to continue on with more of the steps. So now I'm going to basically uncomment things out. So now I can uncomment the rest of this. So bring them back. All of these generation steps. Yeah. Okay. So our transcription is done. We get the entire transcript here. Next, we're going to basically say that the job is now done for transcription. We're going to set content generation to running. So effectively, we're shifting our convex now. So it's basically in phase 2. So content generation effectively. And then the UI will be after. The UI is easy. We basically tap into, this is effectively changing convex. Convex is real time. And then in the UI, we can just tap into real time and basically show stuff on screen. Right? So UI is actually an easy part. This is the cool part though. So we start with an empty jobs array. We have job names, which is a string. Now here's the thing. Every single user will run generate summary because it's on the free plan, pro plan, and ultra plan. So we basically pass the job name in, right? The next one, if you're a pro and ultra features. So which ones do you both have? So if your plan is a pro or your plan is an ultra, then what we do is we pass in these 3 tasks: social post, titles, and hashtags. Both pro and ultra get those, okay? Otherwise it'll say skipping that. And then ultra, only if you're on the ultra plan, do we then push in generate key moments and generate YouTube timestamp steps. So you see, that's how we have our array of jobs. Then what we do is we run all the enabled jobs in parallel, okay? So you can either do promise.all or you can do promise, what's it called? All settled, right? So if you look at all settled, effectively, this is going to resolve regardless of if they resolve or reject, whereas all is going to effectively reject when any promise is rejected. The reason why you don't want to do all is because we're okay if one fails, because that is one of the benefits to using ingest, right? Ingest, if it failed, ingest would actually go ahead and grab it and retry it. Right, so we don't want the whole thing to fail if that's the case, but it depends on how you orchestrate your flow. Okay, but anyway, the results will be a chain of promises, effectively an array of promises. Then we have the generated content. And what we're saying is for each result, we're basically checking, is the result status fulfilled? If it is, then we basically create a record of the generated content with each job. So in this case, it could be, like key moments and so forth with the value from that, right? Then we track any errors that were there. So in this case, if any were rejected, we capture that as well. And then what we're doing, we're saving the errors to Convex if any of the jobs failed. Why is that handy? Because basically then we can render it on the UI to show, okay, everything worked, but for some reason, key moments failed. And then we can showcase, handle the flow from that. Once that's done, we set content generation to completed. After that, we save the results to Convex. And this is the generated content. This is super important, okay? So we save the results to Convex. Once that's done, the workflow is complete, right? Now, we catch it, we throw any errors and so forth. This you can fix very straightforward. If we were to fix this super easy, you could just go ahead for an LLM. They can basically go ahead and determine what's going on. Or you can read it. Right now, I'm just going to show you, this is an example of how you can use cursor to code. Let's see what it says. Content schema. So now it's reading files and so forth. I can see record error expects details to be an object with optional status code and stack properties. Code is passing a string. So it was actually supposed to be inside of a stack. There you go. Okay. So there you go. So it's just kind of like a handy way sometimes. Could be a lot more easier to handle that way. So, it read the record error. It realized, you actually need it inside of the stack. There you go. Right. Prime example, command I to close that. Great. So now what we need to do is effectively create all of our generation steps. Okay. So let's run through each of these steps and do each one. Okay. So each of these steps are going to be all of the AI steps effectively, right? So let's just run through the list. So generate hashtags. So in the steps folder is where we're going to do things. So we've got AI generation. So AI generation in the steps. These have the following: hashtags, key moments, social posts, summary, titles, and YouTube timestamps. Let's go through each to explain what's going on. Part 1, hashtags. Okay. So we're using OpenAI, we're using Zod helper, and then we have OpenAI client, which we have yet to create. Then we have schemas, which is AI outputs, and then we have our assembly, right? AI, which is transcript with extras. So we have our system prompt, which is basically your social media growth expert who understands platform algorithms, trending hashtags. You create hashtag sets that maximize each reach and engagement. Okay. Then what we do is we build a ideal prompt. So this is effectively prompt engineering now. So effectively here, what we do is we're giving our AI instructions. Now, this is the important part. This is truly where you can really go ahead and optimize to your heart's content. So your version of this could be way more performant than mine based on your prompt. Create platform optimized and topics covered. We pass in the different transcript chapters and then generate hashtags for each platform following the best practices. So in this case, like YouTube, broad reach, Instagram, each one has different approaches. So I basically optimized for that. Okay. All hashtags should include that hashtag symbol and be relevant to the actual content discussed. Then we have the generate, which passes in the step and the transcript. The step is important because it's the ingest step. Okay. So what we're doing next needs to you have to pay close attention, right? We're using step.ai.wrap. So this is a special step from ingest. So if you go to ingest and you type in step, they have an awesome bit of documentation around it. Steps are fundamental building blocks in ingest functions. Each step represents an individual task, okay? So why is this handy? Because again, the error handling, retry mechanisms, they can be recovered independently, independent testing, code readability, all of it is really nice and clean. That's the truth, right? So you see everything runs in its own steps, copy images to S3, so forth, okay? Now you've got step.run, step.sleep, you've got a bunch of these. Now, one thing that we're gonna do is do step.ai. So step.ai is really powerful. So we have AI inference. So why is this super cool? Because AI infer, if you're doing basic stuff, then AI infer is really good because basically you can go ahead and just do like a quick AI call and it'll basically give you the perfect entire inference request. But in this case, we need to kind of do a bit more custom stuff. So what I'm doing here, like I'm doing a bit more JSON output parsing and structured output work. So we're going to wrap the current SDK call that we're doing to OpenAI with step.ai.wrap. And then what that does is it basically adds observability to our already existing AI SDKs. So what does that mean? Well, effectively, it will tell us when we make our OpenAI call, how many tokens were used, what model was used, and why is this so important? In an app like this, where we have 6 things running in parallel, it's so key, because what it's effectively doing is it allows me to see, okay, this step is actually performing really bad, and it's performing bad because of, I can go into my ingest dashboard and I can see that it's this model and it's actually using a crazy amount of tokens. So I can quickly see and observe a bunch of like complex work super easily. Why? That's really important. And sometimes as well, AI can just be fuzzy. It could just fail for whatever reason. It might not get the structured output correct, in which case we want that individual step to retry on its own via ingest, and then basically be independent of other steps, and then just basically return the approach, return the final thing that we need. So yeah, very, very powerful. And you also got Agent Kit. Agent Kit I've covered in a different video. So we're using AI.wrap, and wrap is very important because you need to bind the actual, here you can see, we have to bind the instance context, right? So if you get confused at any moment, just know that this is the documentation. That's how we're getting it, right? So we need to basically install OpenAI and a bunch of stuff. Then we're basically binding to this function. And then we're basically saying, we're going to have a step called generate hashtags with GPT. Create completion is passing our binded client context. We pass in the model GPT-5 mini, we pass in our message, which is initially a system message, and then the user message. And we have a response format where we basically will use Zod to basically say that this is the exact format that we expect. Zod's amazing for this. It basically allows us to define a shape and validate it in both directions. So in this case, we pass in the Zod format, and then we can basically, make sure that it's the correct format before we return it. And if it doesn't, we return it gracefully, just saying generation failed. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to basically get these things set up. So first things first is PMPM OpenAI. Now, again, you can use Vercel AI here. You can do whatever AI tool. You can use Claude, you can use Grok, you can use Gemini. It doesn't really matter here. You can replace these steps with whatever you want, provided that the model can do structured output. Okay. So we need the OpenAI client. So OpenAI client, this is actually going to be in our ingest library. So I believe we already had that actually. So no, I don't think it's that. Sorry, I made a mistake. So no, I screwed up. So it's actually in our I'm going to put it here, OpenAI client. Okay. So we import OpenAI. We basically need to provide an OpenAI API key. So environment.local. Now I have an environment key for OpenAI API key, right? So I already have one. You need one. So what we do is you go here and then you basically go to OpenAI, generate an API key, and then come back and paste in your API key. You can do it by going to platform.openai.com, and then you can go into your settings, go into your API keys, and generate one at this screen by clicking create new screen. Now, once you got that, I'm going to create one right now. I'm going to call it YouTube SaaS AI Podcast. My naming today is crazy. Default project, create secret key. And I'm going to hide my screen now. You thought I was going to slip, because that will give me a key. I'm going to copy my key. I'm going to go back. I'm going to paste it into my environment file. Okay. So that's a required thing. We've done it now. Now my OpenAI API key has my key in it. Okay. So we have that. We're going to do @lib.openClient, and then @schemas and @AssemblyAI. So this one we need to do. So AI outputs. So at the top level, we're going to have our schemas AI output. So what we're going to do is we can create a top level folder called schemas. I'm going to pop a AI outputs inside of it. Now, what is this doing? Well, effectively, first thing we need Zod. So I can do PMPM Zod. And Zod's amazing, right? You can really go check it out yourself, but it's basically for validating different schemas, okay? So in this case, we've got our summary schema. You can see like different, this is basically, we're defining the shape of it. And now why is it so good? Because for AI models and LLMs, we have to describe what different objects, fields could be. So in this case, by saying like, for example, Let's go to a prime example of the hashtag. So here, so YouTube hashtag, okay? We're saying is Z, which means basically how we define a Zod schema. We say Z is an array of strings, the length is 5, and the description for it is say 5 YouTube hashtags, 6 to 8 Instagram hashtags. So basically, that's how the LLM is able to identify, that's the file shape, and that's what he's asking for, right? So this is basically going to be the case. So, so going back over here now, we have our hashtags done. Section done. Okay, so now go back over here. Generate hashtags is done. Now let's move over to, I'll show you the rest of them. So the steps. So key moments is next. Key moments, we have types, which is just AssemblyAI. We have our key moment type. This one's very easy. It just takes the chapters and it basically just formats the chapters. So it basically will map through, converts the start time of each chapter to the format that we want. And then it basically gives us the timestamp, text, and the description. So basically just transforming. So that doesn't do any AI work, okay? I had tests here for simulating failures and retry mechanisms. Social post is more, again, more involved. So here we want to have our current schemas. There we go. And then we have our social system prompt, basically telling the AI what it is effectively. Of course, so you are a viral social media marketing expert. And then we have a build social prompt, where basically we have the podcast summary. This is what we're asking effectively. So create platform specific promotional post for this podcast episode. So here, for example, we give it the podcast summary, which is the chapters, which is quite handy actually, right? Then we say the key topics discussed were these. And then we say create 6 unique posts optimized for each platform. And why is this handy? Because we don't have to pass it the entire transcript. An entire transcript can be huge for something like a podcast, whereas key chapters, which has been determined from AssemblyAI's transcription process, can be used to actually generate enough of a summary to start getting some useful social posts. So in this case, and look at the outside, guys, so nice right now. Okay, so in this case, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook. Again, each one, customized to be different, more unique to the platform. So in this case, LinkedIn, professional, thought leadership. Instagram, more engaging, storytelling, and so forth. Then we have make each post unique and truly optimized for that platform, no generic content, right? So this is a generation. We pass in the ingest step, which we need for the AI.wrap. Then we have the transcript itself, okay? So we have the create completion. Again, we have to bind it to keep the client context. Then we have the wrap step. So the AI wrap, generate social posts with GPT, pass it in, pass in the model. And this is where you can experiment, try different things. You can have like Claude for one step, GPT for another, Grok for another, and so forth. Yeah, Jay, I agree with you. Jay goes, the sun lighting is crazy. This is so nice right now. It's good now. Yeah. The new office is boom, right? So we got the messages, system, user messages, and then again, Zod response format. Okay. Get the content. Afterwards, we pass the content. Otherwise, we have a fallback, which is basically like, this is just a safe way of failing, right? We could go really aggressive and be like retry if you want to, but in this case, I think it's okay. And we also have a safety limit. I kept finding that Twitter was failing. So if Twitter does fail, then we're basically going to substring it. So cut it and then have a ... So that way it's like a starting point as opposed to it. So again, just a prime example of how you can, if you wanted to at a code level, validate and check some of the things, you can do that as well. Right, and then we catch the error there. Let's save that. Well, and then the next step, social post, we've done. Summary. Let's just change these as well. So, a bit more type session. Again, system prompt for the summary. We have our transcript. We actually passed the entire first 3,000 characters into the transcript. I probably wouldn't do that. I mean, you could probably have the entire thing, to be fair. But in this case, we did that because it depends on what model you use. 3,000 characters is not very big when you're doing like the bigger models, right? But some of the cheaper models, 3,000 might max it out. Then we get the chapters, then we have a summary overview. So in this case, we've got a couple of summary overviews, and then we've got the following. The generate summary, again, step, transcript, the same thing. We just wrap the step and then it generate summary with API. We have the response, the output, and the summary schema. Again, this is how it determines, the LLM determines what you're asking for. So remember, we gave it a system prompt to tell the LLM, this is what you are. Then the user prompt is basically the question and the context. And then the output, we give the response format in the summary schema, and the output is how it determines how to transform the answer that it came up with into the output that you expect. So the full summary schema is the comprehensive overview. The bullets are 5 to 7 key bullet points covering the main topics, insights, 3 to 5 actionable insights or takeaways, and a tilde 1 sentence summary, right? So you see how that works, right? Super clean, right? So heading back over, and then we basically return the summary. And we have this, we are gracefully basically checking fallbacks as well. Same thing for titles, guys, no different. Let's just quickly fix a few of those errors. Same thing for titles. We have our transcript and so forth, right? The detail in both, I know, dude, absolutely crazy, right? And then we have an AI call for the inference. This enables our observability. And let's go back. When it comes together, you guys will be creme de la creme, right? And the final one down here as well, let's go ahead. And this is the YouTube timestamps. This one is more important because what it's doing is we have the generate YouTube timestamps, right? So basically we have a limit of 100 timestamps. We are basically going to go ahead and pass them into the shape that we need by mapping through. But this is the main thing really. So what we're doing is we basically go ahead and the only thing is that if your transcript chapters came back with more than 100, then you could probably improve this logic. Right now we're cutting off the 100 to prevent an error because it's a demo, but I would improve that if I was you. And then here you've got the prompt. So this is where basically do not copy transcript text, do not write full sentences, create 3 to 6 word titles only. This is a lifesaver if you've ever done any podcast and you want to add timestamps to your video. And you might be wondering, Sonny, I could just take the transcript and copy it into GPT. You do that and let me know how you do. Because I promise you we've done it. It's not as easy as you think. Okay. So I have certain chapters with timestamp. Making sure you get the right timestamps is very difficult. It will hallucinate all the time, right? So this basically fixes that with AssemblyAI's key moment detection plus this to basically take the key moments and then improve them so they become clickable timestamps, right? In examples of good titles, examples of bad titles. AI tends to do very well when you give it examples and valid JSON and so forth. Okay. Then we have the completion. This one is basically, this is what I want you to pay attention to. Here, we pass in GPT-5 Mini. We have the response type JSON schema. And then here is a prime example of how you can do it manually without Zod. So if you were to do it manually without Zod, you could do it this way. So you could say YouTube chapter titles, then you can have an array of objects, and then the description is chapter index, short catchy chapter title, and so forth. Okay. So again, you can do it that way as well. So I just want to show you both ways, right? And even for this, we have the max completion tokens enough for 1,000, 100,000, and so forth. Okay. Then we have the content itself, the past GPT's JSON response, basically get it back and basically shape it into the chapter data that we expect. Once we've done that, we format it down into timestamp and description, and then we return the timestamps, okay? So these are all the individual steps. So once we've done that, the only thing that we haven't done is the persistence step. So this one is basically where we save to convex. So that's the final step after it's all done. So inside of steps, we go to persistence, save to convex, sorry. And then just a minor change here. And then we have our key moments, so YouTube timestamps, our generated content. And again, you can push these out somewhere else if you want. Save results to convex, project ID and the results. And then basically what we're doing here is we're mutating by saving it to the database. So we're saving the generated content to the database, right? So effectively, you can go and see this mutation. You can see what it's doing. Effectively, it's just going to go ahead and patch it at the back, right? So, and then after that, we mark the project as complete. Now, because we do all of that, now on the front end, after all these steps are done, we will be able to basically render out UI elements in real time. So this is where the true power comes together. So if we did it all correctly, we should have a true full transcription flow. Okay. So provided on what plan we're sitting on. So if we were to do it now, we wouldn't see everything because we're on a free plan. But I want to show you something. Let's get it working and then I can show you. So I'm going to undo this firstly so we don't get this unseen. And now we can create these things. So before we do that, actually, I will show it to you because I think it's very important for you to actually see that it working before we do anything else. Okay. So, and that'll be a great time to also do a checkpoint. So what we'll do now is I will show you. So boom, boom, head back over, drag and drop your podcast title. Now again, we're on the pro plan, so it should do 4, not all of them, right? So podcast clip, start uploading. And now you reach your plan limit of 3. Oh no, so this is not pro, this is upgrade to pro. Yeah, sorry, I forgot. So I forgot to change that to upgrade. So firstly, that works, hooray, right? Let's go ahead and upgrade. Oh, we don't got the upgrade. Okay, so in this case, we'll create the upgrade screen in a moment. But for now, what I want to do is manage the account. I can upgrade from here. Billing, switch plans. I can go to pro plan from here as well. So I can go ahead and just upgrade from here just to showcase it now. Go back, go over here, hit a refresh, boom, go down. And then if we go into here, 1.5 megabytes, start upload, boom. And you see, now we're past our plan limit. Amazing, right? So everything is gated the way we wanted. Now over here, what this should have done is kicked off a run, okay? Now, because we're on the pro plan, we should be seeing 4 or 5 jobs, I think. But let's see how that works. So shouldn't take too long, maybe around 30 to 60 seconds. We have a few little helper things there. So let that do its thing. And then after this, we typically will zone in, and then that's where we go gung-ho on the UI. We get a bunch of that stuff done. All right. And then we have retry mechanism, a few steps, upgrade screens, that kind of stuff, and then we're good. I estimate a 4 to 5 hour build. All right. While that's happening, I'm going to turn my AC down because I'm freezing. And we're back. Okay. So let's see. That was taking a bit longer than I thought. But anyway, let's see. Maybe what we can always do is run a second one in the back end. So this is a good thing as well. You can run them in parallel. So it's really good like that. So you see, second one running. Okay, while that's happening, this oh no, it does work. It just took a bit of time, which is fine. So transcribe audio step can take longer sometimes. We're at the whim of AssemblyAI. You can see here, update job status. Then we're generating the hashtags and so forth. So here, let's see if it works. So yep, you can see like it generated hashtags. You can see it gave us the content, finish region stop. Yeah, it gave it the content here. Generate social posts, generate summary, and then save the results to Convex, objects, job status, generate summary as well. So mainly what I want to show you here is, I'm missing something actually myself here, but we'll get into it. But it's here, the prompt tokens. You see observability wise, you can actually see, this is the true power of it. You can see the completion tokens and the model that was used, which is super handy, guys. You can see how long it took. That's so clutch, because imagine one step was taking too long. You would to know that in code is really frustrating. You won't know visually. So this is the only way we can truly see it. So this is why these kind of things are very, very actually powerful and important. Okay. So with that, now if we were to check the database, let's have a look. So here now, should see podcast, input URL, job status, summary. Yep, so we've got titles, transcript. There you go. So you've got the transcript titles, status, social posts, for example, here like Facebook, Instagram, and so forth. Amazing. And we've even got the job status, the hashtags as well. Look at that. Great. So we went ahead and did those tasks in parallel. Right. Now, of course, it didn't do the key moments and a few of the other things because it went out in Ultra. Right. So that's great. It did exactly what we wanted. So now what I want to do is I want to lock in and focus on the UI side of it. So this is where we're going to get a bit more fast now, guys. So uncomment this out. So we need the delete project action. So this one is, what is it doing? So let me just double check my import. I feel like I've screwed something up. So going over here, boom. Okay, yeah. So delete, okay, that's because we're not using this. Fine. So the processing flow, we need to create a lot of these things now. Okay. Tab triggers, all of these different components, and tab config. To start with something simple, project tabs from tab config. Okay. So tab config is a helper function in the lib. So that's just going to be the following. My hands are freezing. Oh my God, that apartment's got two code. Lib, let's do tab config. So over here, effectively, we have our different tab configured. So different project tabs, right? So these are going to be those little bottom tags. At this point, I'm not going to run through each individual line by line. You have the code. It's more important to explain how we get past this point now, right? The main thing is that we need to accommodate a few things. Firstly, we have the handle delete. So handle delete is going to be inside of, let me open this up. My one is handle delete. So we need to have a helper function up here. So, oops, not here, sorry. Have it inside a handle save edit and also here, handle delete. Window.confirm, are you sure you want to delete this project? We're using a simple native delete that prompt. Then if you didn't confirm, it'll just exit. Otherwise, it'll start deleting. So show set is deleting true. And then you fire off your server action. If it return back okay, then we show project deleted and we route back to project dashboards. Otherwise, we show an error and we don't let the user go past. The only other issue we have here as well is for the exiting of this. So there you go. Yeah. So mainly now we need to basically implement all of these different things. So the desktop tab, the mobile drop down, and also the tab content and each of these individual tabs. So how they are represented, right? So this is freaking out. Why is this freaking out? Use the app. Oh yeah, sorry. It's that one, yeah. Okay. So let's start building them through. So a couple of things. The project tabs individually will be, I guess, probably maybe a good starting point, but the processing flow is the most important one that we should be starting with now, to be fair. Processing flow is the one that shows us what's going on at each step. So we need to build that right now. So processing flow is in here. That one's going to be for, yeah, so processing flow. Now, here we have, again, a bunch of other components that get rendered from it, as well as estimation of time. So interface for our props that go into it. We've got 4 props that go into it. We get the user's authentication. We basically have a memorized plan based on which plan they're in. And again, this is a client component. So this is one way of doing it. Is this the way I recommend to fully do it? No, you can use a simple protect higher order component or protect component from, what's it called? One's giving me at least 2 different sets. I'm so down to grind that all week. Oh, yes, let's go, Siren. Yeah, you can use the protect component, which looks something like this as well. We do use that later on as well. I'm just showing you different approaches. These are to help us out with UI elements. Basically, is transcribing is basically just we're booleanizing the real-time stuff. Available features, we're basically memorizing it. So again, do you need to memorize? Not necessarily, but it's gonna, like, you can use it as you wish, right? This one is basically processing all the outputs and mark which are locked. Why is this doing this? Basically what it's saying is this is going to basically use our map, which is over here, to determine if we're locked or not. So available features is basically plan features. So if we go over here, you can see, remember we showed which plans are in which features are in which plan. And then we're basically rendering it through based on the user's plan. So if the user's plan is free, they'll get these back and so forth. Okay. So that's effectively what we're doing with the process outputs. Go back down here. We got the unlocked outputs. Which ones are you allowed? So we basically can determine which are available, which are unlocked. Then we have the time estimate. This one is a helpful function, which we don't create yet. This one is basically going to tell us if a function is this big, it'll take this long to transcribe. Then we have the time range, again, helpful function, transcription progress, and output index. Self-explanatory is the progress bar. We have a use effect, which is basically going to go ahead and update the progress of the transcription based on an interval. So this basically every second, it will go ahead and update transcription progress. Because again, what we're doing is we're estimating the transcription, right? This use effect is for the current output index. We'll come back to that one. That's more for the how quickly it will jump across the time estimation. Get generation description is basically more for what step we're currently in. So if you're generating, then we're going to show generating blah 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 outputs, and if you're just starting, it will go starting generation and so forth. So this is basically just to help us out with the description side of things. The main thing really here is the phase card. Remember, I talked about 2 phases. Phase 1, AI analysis. Phase 2, AI generation. The analysis is the AI assembly AI step. Phase 2 is the parallel execution and ingest. Phase 1 is basically we need to start building these cards out. So let's go ahead and build these cards out first. So processing flow, phase card. So I've created a folder structure which will help us out. So inside the components, we have a processing flow. We have a phase card and generation output item. Phase card takes a bunch of props like so. And then, thank you, Siren, for that awesome reply back to someone. Yeah, so we take our icon, title, description, a bunch of things, and then we basically are rendering out what we see during that progression. I'll show you a demo of this effectively, what happens, right? But basically what's happening here is we have our time estimate of children, and this is just a presentational component. It literally is just rendering out UI in the correct looking place, right? So what do I mean by that? It's just styled. So I like to call these presentational components because they're effectively like dumb. Now this phase card also takes children, which means that it wraps something. So you'll notice when we have the phase card in use, well, this one's not actually rendering. Oh yeah, so this one is just rendering by itself. But if we wrap phase card around some components like this, then it renders children like so. So that's how you can actually use that approach. If you didn't know that, it's very handy to know that, right? Then we have the other processing one, which is called generation output item. And this one is basically going to be, again, a similar, just a presentational command. It takes a name, description, icon, is active, and is locked. And it'll basically just render it out. Okay. We have the processing time estimator. This one is like, again, it's going to help us out with just generating, I guess, like estimations for how big something is. So if I show you how this works, we have estimate assembly AI time. So assembly AI doesn't really tell us at this moment, and that I know of, how long something will take. So what I did is I determined roughly, or LLM helped me determine this, basically a kind of an algorithm for figuring out how long something should take. So if, for example, I don't know, a file is maybe a megabyte, then we're looking at 30 seconds to 60 seconds. If it's like 50 megabytes, then maybe it could be from a minute to 12 minutes and so forth. That's effectively what this is doing. And we have a best case, conservative, and average, right? And then we have a formatting function and also a time range function, which has, like between 30 seconds to 90 seconds. So best case to conservative, okay? Now, once that's done, we've got that working, right? So this is a processing flow in check. We go down here, we render out our phase card, then this generation output item as well. And then we have the powered by ingest. What's happening here, by the way, is this one is basically going to be like the step it's generating. I'll show you an example, but right now it's a very nice kind of looping UI where basically when we're in the second, wow, the lighting is crazy. Well, when we're in the second step, what effectively will happen is we will have it'll say phase 2, content generation, and then it'll kind of loop through and it'll say summarizing or summarization, key moments, social posts, and it's basically showing how you're running through each one, right? So it's kind of like a nice UI that I just decided, right? So that's that. So processing flow is here. I kind of want to show you that, but we can't unless we get the whole thing done. Okay, so project detail is the tabs. Let's do these next. So project details, these ones are for the 2 different tabs. So inside of components, we have project details. And then we have the error retry card. Oh, it's quite long shit. Okay, so I'm not going to just drop that in. I need to show you what's going on there. Okay, so tab content, tab triggers, and then each individual project status card. I'm trying to figure out how I can explain as we do these steps. So project tabs right now are here, project status card. So if we were to get rid of these three for now, perhaps these three. Yep. And then even this one. Okay. I believe project status card. Project status card is not that big of a deal, actually. We can do that right now. Project status card is easy. Project status card is very easy, actually. So this component is very straightforward. Component takes the project, it just renders out, again, presentation or UI. Okay, shows the rough, not the rough, it shows the time size of the file and so forth. So heading down here, the main thing really is this area underneath here. So has failed project error, no, show generation, this bit. So here, so I kind of want to comment this out for now. Okay, so I want to this. Okay, so let's just go ahead and say, for example, that this was commented out, because I need to show you steps, otherwise it's gonna get very crazy very quick. We can't even do that. Okay, so just for now, if we were to get rid of that, so okay, so I'm just gonna get rid of that for a second, and then we'll put it back, and then we'll do what we're doing. So here, I need to show you how this works firstly, so that way, because it's going to get quite crazy and you're going to get lost otherwise. So going back, upload, go down here, 1.5 megabytes, start the upload. Now what it says, it uploads to Vercel Blob. It then will trigger off the ingest function, push us over to project ID screen. This is now running. This is the phase card. It estimated based on the 1.43 megabyte size that it's 30 seconds to 1 minute using the time estimator function. While we're in this phase, convex is the project status is is basically in the processing, but the job status, which is the transcription step, is in the processing part. Now, once that's done, we move to the AI generation step. So this is where these updates start. These two are basically specifying it. And as you can see here, this is what I was talking about, where it loops through each one. Okay, effectively it loops through each one. There's a use effect, which is changing the index. Okay, now once that's done, what we'll effectively do is we need to render out underneath what goes on, and that is where the tabs come into play. Okay, so let that do its thing. And we can see here, in the moment, it's got one more, which is the title, but this is such a beautiful UI, right? So now we're in phase 2, which is the AI generation step, and then boom, after that, there's a timeout, and then it will disappear. Now, the timeout after that, what we should see here is effectively what the other one shows us. So if we go to the main production one, you see this is effectively what we should see then. After that, boom, we should get this. So this is then what we need to create. And this is the tab content and all of those individual screens. Okay. So you can see we've got quite a bit of work. Yeah. I'm saying with deleting is easy. Editing, it works. So in case we were to do this right now, the edit fully works. So podcast clip, boom, there you go. Okay. So let's get to that point. So what we need to do is pull that code back and let's start creating. So hopefully that made it a bit clearer for you guys of what the hell's going on. So each of the individual, so tab content and tab triggers. So let's do those first, right? So what I will do actually is I'm going to put the project detail in. So in this case, we've got a few component folders. We've got project detail, which includes a couple of helpers, right? We've got the project detail, tab content, and then also the tab triggers. So if we were to go into tab triggers, I'll show you what's going on. We have the tab and the project. Okay, the mobile tab item and also the desktop tab trigger, right? So this is going to be effectively the mobile tab item is going to be the drop down item for the tab, and the desktop tab trigger is going to be the desktop tab trigger on the horizontal axis because you've got enough width to play with. So in this case, what we're doing though is we show a lock based on this protect block. So this again comes from Clerk billing, really nice. And effectively what we're saying is if the feature is there, so if the user has this feature, then we will go ahead and we fall back if they don't have it. So basically right now what this is doing is a self-closing component. So effectively this does nothing unless you don't have the feature, in which case it falls back and shows a lock. So it's kind of a handy way to use it even if you didn't want to wrap anything else with it. Okay. Or you could even have like, you could do a few different ways you could do it, right? But in this case, again, same for here. So basically what this is doing is it will show a lock next to that trigger step. So that tab trigger, yeah? So, and then you've also got the one I forgot to talk about, which was the tab content. Tab content is here. So we have the is loading, the data, the error, children, project ID, and so forth. Now here, the tab content is actually, like I talked about, the tab content is basically each of those individual ones that we spoke about. So this one has a lot of complexity behind it that I've abstracted. And basically what is it effectively doing? Well, what we're doing is each of those individual tabs, the hashtag tab, the key moment, the social post, and all these ones, we're wrapping it with tab content. And why is because there's a few things that can happen with the tab, right? One, it can load. There's two, it can have an error state. So if it has an error state, so say for example in ingest, that's why we use all settled. If for any reason the ingest step failed, what will happen is there will be a job status, which will be error inside of Convex for that job, which then renders under that tab. So what will happen is if that's the case, we should show a retry card, in which case when you click that card, that triggers a retry job for that job only. Okay, so that's basically what's going to happen. There's an empty state, which will basically generate the missing card. And then there's a content rendering part as well. Okay, so we've got the first one with feature gating. So if this one is basically feature gating, so if your current plan is free, so upgrade prompt is basically, oh yeah, I haven't showed you upgrade prompt yet. This one is effectively just going to show you that little upgrade screen. This feature is available on the free plan and so forth, right? And effectively, I mean, you can fix these little lint things for yourself, but starting at plan price and so forth. So what we're doing is here, we can wrap with protect and we can show the content. And basically you can say, you pass in the 1 minute content, if no feature. Oh yeah, we pass it in here. Now, so basically you're passing in the feature itself as well as, yeah, the feature itself. And then from that, we're using our constants to determine what the price of that feature would be and also the current plan of that feature. And again, for the loading state, if there is no, this is basically backwards compatibility. It's more of a fix. You don't even need that, to be fair, if you're starting from scratch. Error state, this is basically going to show an error retry card. And this one is basically where if there was an error at any point, you got to trust me on this, right? If any of them fail, and you can test it by throwing an intentional error. Remember where I showed you there was a throw statement, right? You can go ahead and throw an error. And then what will happen is you have a generation failed, an error message, and then you have a handle retry button. When we click handle retry, what we're going to do is trigger off this retry job, a job, right? Now this is something that we need to create. So what I'm going to do now is basically create the retry job server action. So over here, inside of actions, we have retry job.ts. What this is doing is basically we have retryable jobs, key moment summary, social post, titles, hashtags, YouTube timestamps. Yes, you can make that more type safe by making sure it's one instance of the others. Now we have our user authentication. We check the user's current plan. We get the user's current project. And then what we're doing is we're inferring the original plan from what the features were generated. So what we effectively do here is we basically go ahead and this one is doing it for just, so infer original plan for what features were generated. So the original plan, the key moments, YouTube timestamps, else if it's project, social, title, blah. So this will effectively trigger podcast retry job. Now, I don't know if we need to have original and current plan. There's a reason why I did this. You can see it gets pretty crazy big at some point. So you can get a bit lost, right? But the point is that anyway, what's happening here is we pass in the job itself, which is the retryable job. It effectively triggers off the retry podcast podcast retry job, which means that we need our API route. So API ingest route, and we need a function effectively, right? So we go to our ingest folder functions, and here we have it. So inside of ingest, we have our retry job functions, and inside of here, let's go ahead and do our oops, what was that? Yep. So create a function, retry job. The event that we're listening to is that event that we dispatch. And then what we're doing is we're getting all of the details from the event data. Now we're check if the user has upgraded and now has access to this feature. Oh yeah, that's why. Because if you upgraded, now you have access to the feature, we should do a retry all jobs. But I'm sure we did that here. Yeah. Anyway, current user, original plan, get the feature key. So check if the user has access to this feature with the current plan. So basically user helper. This feature is not available in your plan. Please upgrade to access it. So we're getting a couple of levels, right? You should always get at the user level. You should also get at the server level. Otherwise, you might have users somehow get a bypass and then they're basically using the thing for free, or they're using it as something which you shouldn't have access to. Then what we do is we get the project and then we validate the transcript, basically. We make sure that the transcript has some text inside of it. And then we get the jobs requiring chapters. So in this case, key moments and YouTube timestamps. If there are jobs requiring that, then we basically will get the chapters. So basically we're preparing the retry job approach. So we're basically checking for which jobs are included or which job is included. And then this is going to be an array, I believe, jobs to feature or from entries, job to feature. So this one is actually, yeah, we're looping through. And then we regenerate the specific job. So, okay, summary. We don't loop through though, do we? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yep. So, yeah, so we basically prepare our data initially, and then we have a switch, which is basically just check the job against different string comparisons. And then based on which one we are inside of, we're basically triggering the step, right? So we await, generate key moments, and then step.run. The reason why we don't do step.run here is because inside of generate key moments, it has a step. Well, not for key moments, but for generate summary, this has a step, AI.wrap, right? So if you did a step here, you'd get a nested step error, which is not what you want, right? You do not want to have a nested step error, okay? Be sure to destroy that like button. This took so much work, guys. Destroy the like button right now, right? So in this case, we basically go ahead and trigger off the jobs based on when it comes into this part. And then we clean the error. So this is one is basically where you're getting rid of the errors and then you save. And then if there was an error, then we'll basically save the error to the job errors and then throw the error again, because that way ingest will retry on its own accord. So this is very important, right? So this one is basically when the user clicks the retry button on a failed tab, it will regenerate the job. Okay. Oh, nice. Yes, Jay. Okay. And then what we want to do is add in retry job. Okay, so retry job. There we go. Okay, so why is that? No. What's wrong? Route API upload. So this one is actually retry job function. Yeah, it's retry job function. Retry. Yep. Now, let me throw back my playlist before we carry on. Pop down playlist. Let's go. All right. Also, guys, worth mentioning that, yes, today's been kind of wild in terms of the depth of content. So what I do recommend you do is, what's this freaking out as well? Oh, because we don't have it here. Yeah, what I do recommend you do is if any moment it becomes overwhelming and you think, I'm never going to learn this. Yes, you will. Join us over at Zero to Full Stack Hero. Honestly, this is where tons of our good stuff is happening, right? We have a Black Friday sale on right now, 22 hours left. So if you're watching this right now, go check it out. 55% off. Check it out. And plus, when we launch our new community very soon, anyone who's got access to Zero to Full Stack Hero get 50% off for life. And there's a one-time offer. So this is the cheapest you'll ever get a chance to join our inner community, where we basically go at this level all the time, right? So poppereact.com/course. And you can go ahead and get 50% off right now. So just make sure if you're finding this stuff kind of crazy right now, that's what I'd recommend. Okay. So we've done the tab content, the tab triggers, the retry job, error retry card, this one over here. We need to fix that. Yep. So effectively, these are just buttons that will trigger that retry job. Okay. Generate missing card. This one as well. Again, we need to move this. Oh yeah. So this is an interesting one now. Generate missing card. So what this will have, this one is purely for, this one will be used later, but effectively what will happen is if you are let's say you're, for example, a pro member, and then I upgrade to an ultra member. Now, if I go into a project, what's going to happen is I'm going to basically be in a situation where I have all of the things generated, but Ingest didn't run again for the new generations of, some of the extra steps. So how do I get it to generate everything? So what I'm going to do is in a tab, if I upgraded previously, I'm going to check that. And then I'm going to, if I see nothing in, for example, in, let's do speaker diarization. So speaker dialog bar. Then what I'll do is I'll have a button which says generate missing card, or it'll be like a generate missing step. This will then go ahead and determine, okay, he upgraded from pro to ultra. So these 3 jobs of different features now need to trigger the retry job mechanism. And it happens all under the hood with the retry mechanism from Ingest. It's nuts how it works. And effectively, that's what we're doing here. So generate missing card. So look, it looks like this project was processed before you upgraded. So then we hit, this will generate all features available in your current plan. And rather than you going into every tab and clicking generate, this one command will figure out the entire thing for you. So very, very powerful thing. So generate missing features is going to be the next action that we're going to quickly create. So generate missing features, this one right here. And you can see it's got the retryable retry job focus. So what we're doing here is basically we get the user's authenticated state, their current plan, we get the project, and then what we go ahead and do, make sure you're the owner of the project, we basically will go and determine your original plan and your current plan, right? So what we do is we get all of the features available in your current plan, and then we get your new plan. So effectively how do we determine this? Well, effectively we determine it based on when the project was generated, what was the plan it was generated on, right? So what we're effectively doing here now is we go through, check which features are available, but not yet generated, right? So if there is no job name in the generation, so in this case, we do it in, where is it? It's here. Yep. So if and the way that we do that is very simple, right? If you're on an ultra, we have all of your plan features here. It's going to check against all of these in the database. If any of those database fields is basically undefined, which is what we're doing is basically just checking the key pair here. And what we're doing is just converting it to a Boolean. So if it's undefined, it'll just say missing jobs dot push, and it'll push that job name. So basically at the end of it, you'll get, for example, let's just say these 3, right? You get these 3, the string representations of these 3. So like YouTube timestamp, key moments, key diarization, you'll get those in a, where's it gone? You'll get those inside of a missing jobs array. Then the missing jobs, basically you see await promise.all, missing jobs.map. And then for every job, effectively it will send the retry job individually for those missing jobs. So really slick implementation, right? So basically, depending on whatever you upgraded from, so let's say you went from pro to ultra, it'll generate the 3 missing jobs, trigger the retry job function for all those 3. And that's really crucial because you want to do it individually, because if one of those jobs failed, you don't want them to block the other one. So that way the user can constantly go back and then they'll have a generating missing field, provided that there's nothing in the database for that area and they have the access to go to that area. So it's quite a deep setup. That's what I mean. This is why these apps are so in depth. It's ridiculous. I've honestly not seen a YouTube build go to this depth ever. So yeah, you can tell I obsess over this stuff to get it to the point where we're at, by the way, right? So that's the generate missing card. Now going back to the product page, each of the individual tabs. Now, each of these individual tabs is the ones that we click through. So what I'm going to do is, for the sake of time to help us out in a lot of areas, I'm going to basically pop these in. You have access to the code. And I'm going to run through each of them. And then we're going to go through the different screens because we've got quite a bit that I want to get done before we can go ahead and proceed with the final bit. So in this case, project tabs is what we need. So go to components. I need the project tab. So project tabs over here. Remember, all the source code is in the description down below for free. Right, so we've got hashtags tab, key moments tab, social media post tab, summary tab, titles tab, transcript tab, YouTube timestamp tab. Okay, so we're gonna unimport these, so like so. And now you can see that error is gone because, again, if you're on desktop or mobile, remember there's two different tab variations that get rendered out. But as you can see here, where is it? Mobile drop down. Then we have the desktop tabs. The way you do it is basically you just hide the mobile drop down on the large screen. There you go. Okay. Tabs content. There you go. Yeah. And remember, this is a protector block around those other things where you can protect and render out the error, retry card, generate missing card, and so forth. Remember, empty state. This is how we determine if you wrap with protect. Is basically going to determine if you have access to the plan. And if you had access to the plan, but the data was empty, then we should show you the generate missing card. Does that make sense? Right? Because in that way, you're on the plan, but there's nothing in the data, which means that it was generated before you were upgraded. So that way we show that card. Okay. So what we now need to do is each of those, I need to run you through each of these. So the hashtag tab, what is that firstly? Okay. So the hashtag tab, effectively, we've got each of the hashtags. Effectively, this is just presentational logic. It renders out each badge. Simple, easy to the point. There you go. Key moments tab. Basically takes the key moments. These are all presentational, right? Maps them out. Social post tab, same thing, except we do not have React social media icons. So we need to PMPM-I React social media icons. And also we're going to create a use copy to clipboard hook, okay, which is going to help us out. So we're going to have a hook called use copy to clipboard. So this one is going to be a custom hook. So let's just go ahead and just pop it at the top level even, right? This hook is going to be use copy to clipboard. And again, all this is just as a local bit of state. It's a copy button. Once you click it, navigate clipboard, sends off a toast message saying success. And then we've got a little helper here that exports three things. Copied is copied, copied ID. Simple as, okay? And then go back over to our social post tab. And what we can do now is we can go, it's not in the lib. We're going to put it outside. We've got the social posts. We've got each platform with the different, background, color, and so forth. We render through each platform and we basically show each one. And then we've got the copy on the click of the copy button. And that will copy the contents, okay? Which is this social post platform key, okay? So once that's done, we have the rest of them, which is the summary tab. Again, just simple presentational component, titles tab. The most of the complexity here you saw is happening in the tab content wrapper. So by the time you get to this point, it's fairly easy work, because basically the only thing that we do differently is YouTube timestamps is one I'll show you. So quickly, let's get this one on the way and then I'll show you. So YouTube timestamps, again, same thing. We just got a copy all button where we basically copy the entire timestamp lot, right? But these are all presentation except for transcript. So transcript is the only one where we gate differently. Transcript is because this is only for ultra plans. So what we're effectively doing is we always actually get the data for the key, for who is speaking and all of that extra stuff from AssemblyAI. You can do this in two ways. You can either not do that. So when they upgrade, they have to retranscribe, which is again going to be quite more expensive than the difference. Or what you can do is you can always transcribe with the extra details, but then you can get access to the details and the transcript. So what we're doing is we're effectively getting access to the transcript. So basically you see we have a protect block, speaker diarization. We're saying, you need to upgrade if you want to get that, right? Same for here, all right? And then we're basically saying like, if you don't have access to speaker diarization, then that's not going to work. Now you can do that, by the way, or you can even do plan. So you can even say plan is, let's just say ultra, right? So there's many ways you can do it, right? But in this case, because we've got features, might as well do features, right? In case that way I want to change up my plans later on, it's going to be per feature. So granular, okay? Now, look at this. Cool. Let's give it a try. Let's go upload. Okay, we don't have an upload button. So we need to go ahead and do that one. But let's go ahead and upload from this page. Those pages are all easy to do. But once we got to this point, it's very easy. Let's do a bit of a shorter clip. So 1.5 megabytes. I'm using short clips, by the way, to make it quick to test. So when you're doing this, I recommend you get a podcast snippet. So you basically get a download a podcast, easy to do. You can download any of mine. And then basically go to QuickTime, get the audio only version of it. So it takes 2 seconds. And then you can just literally trim it. So you can get only a little bit of the audio. And then it'll be like a 1 megabyte file. And then basically you can test against that before you go into doing the bigger stuff. Okay. So in this case, after 30 seconds to 1 minute, let's see if this does its job. Let's also go ahead and render this bit out. So in this case, you can see it's running. And at this point, we're going to go ahead and if this works, this will be an amazing time. I mean, you should do it quite more frequently because we're doing a huge build. This is obviously a different thing. Then we're going to run a CodeRabbit code review. So in this case, let that do its thing in the background. Have a quick water break. But after this, CodeRabbit, and then we've got the screens that we're going to add in, and then we're golden. Yeah, right now it's saying Ultra, but really it should say Upgrade. So you know on mobile view, very simple fix. You guys can change that. Okay, so right now it's taking a little bit longer, which is fine. Again, you can. This is the estimation. We can have it. Oh, it's taking a bit longer. Or you can have the estimation just be more extreme. But now you can see that it's transcribing, and all of this in real time. Thanks to ingest. Look at this, is running in parallel really nicely. And this is really good, but as well because you're offloading to ingest, which is just so clean. Like this is actually perfectly offloading to ingest. We get perfect visibility of what's going on. So in this case, if I was to click here, you can see that again. Like I said, you got prompt tokens, completion tokens. This is huge. Like to be able to see this is really huge. Imagine in code without this, like how it would look. It would be really way harder than you can imagine, right? So in this case, because we're on Pro, we're only getting 4, okay? So we're going to try the whole flow now. We should be able to see locked things. So now, boom, there we go. Look at that, nice. So we should be seeing this. If we copy, I should be able to paste in, for example. Yep, there you go. That's great. Stop scrolling, blah, blah, blah. So in this case, I copied that and we got that. That's great. Hashtags, titles, and then look, speaker diarization, YouTube timestamps, key moments, call. So if I was to upgrade now, so of course we don't have an upgrade screen. So let's just upgrade manually for now, and then I'll show you the upgrade screens. So if I was to upgrade to let's say Ultra now, let's go ahead and pay $700 for Ultra. And then as you can see here, now I'm on the Ultra plan, okay? So going back over, firstly, it's real time, which is awesome. So in this case, now I can access this, but you see, I upgraded and you know, the speaker dialog was already just gated. So we already had access to it. So speaker dialog, we immediately get access to it after the Ultra has been lifted. And as you can see, we've got the different speakers. We got the key moments and timestamps. Generate the missing features, okay? So what we've done here is now what we can do is we can generate, and watch how when I click this, there'll be more than one queued task, okay? So I want you to pay attention to this. So let's close all of these down. So generate all missing features, and boom, you see how it retried the job for both. And it done one, which was missing save key moments, and the other one, which is generate YouTube timestamps. And now look at this. I have YouTube timestamps and I have my key moments. Amazing. The same thing happens if a failure occurs. So you can trust me on that. Trust me on that. I've gone insane trying to get this perfect. So the whole thing is beautiful. This works amazingly. We have edit and we have deletion. So if we were to delete this now, boom, delete, and there you go. So this will now go ahead and delete, and then we get redirected to our dashboard projects view. So what are we trying to do right now? If we go over to, so in this case, yeah, this is cached as well. So in this case, what we want to do now is we want to go and create the upload, the projects view, the upgrade. So these are just presentational screens, fairly easy to do, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and do those right now. So next step that we wanna do is go into, let's see what screens have we got missing. So we have inside our app, inside of dashboard, we've got the upgrade screen. So upgrade screen, straightforward as hell. So in this case over here, dashboard, upgrade, oops, what have I done there? Upgrade page. Page, this one is a simple page. It's got the pricing table. It's literally got get upgrade message based on, if you came in with a message. So what are we doing here? We're getting a reason and feature. So basically, let's say, for example, you were sent from a different screen based on we attach search params based on that, right? So this is really nice because what you can do is you can type in /upgrade, and what you'll see is over here, look, from the upgrade screen. So from the upgrade prompt, we send you to, so this upgrade prompt when it says, oh, you don't have access to that, right? It sends you to the upgrade screen with the feature and the feature reason. So reason equals feature and feature equals reason. Right now, if we were to go back out of this and go back to where was I? Oh, I've lost my place. Upgrade screen. So page upgrade. Yep. If we were here, now you can see, look, we get the reason and the feature. Okay. So in this case, you got the icon and so forth, and then it will go ahead and show you the message. So in this case, here guys, that you've reached your project limit and so forth, depending on how you got redirected there. But this is kind of cool because now you've made your upgrade screen dynamic. It could be like, you want to get access to key, I don't know, speaker dialogue or speaker diarization. Then as you click upgrade, it'll go, hey, get access to your speaker diarization or your dialogue or, or your speaker recognition that way. So in this case, boom, it does that, right? So you got the auth, the current plan, then it will go ahead and show the upgrade screen. This one is so easy. It's just literally showing the pricing table. Okay. Then we've got the projects page. So in this case, we've got project, but we don't have a page here. So in this case, how do we add that? Well, we simply add in, oops, over done. Nope. Here, a page.tsx. Now, this is a server component page. So we need to basically, what we're doing here is another pattern. So I'm showing you how you can use query on a client component straight off the bat. But if you want to have a server rendered page, but then hydrate on the client. So server rendered page is more nice as a UI experience, no loading, spinner. But then you want the real-time functionality of the hydrating the client. So that way, if anything new happens, it can go ahead and update you in real time. So what we do is we do user ID equals await auth. We redirect to the home screen if they're not there. This is, by the way, happening in middleware. So this wouldn't happen anyway, like not redirect, but it'll force you to log in. And then here, preload project data on the server. So this is preload query from Convex. This is basically how you can preload data. And then what we do is we pass projects, the component into the preloaded projects into project list component, which we don't have yet. So we're going to go ahead and create that right now. So in components, projects, one minute. So components, projects. We have a few components in here. We have compact progress, empty state, loading spinner, a few things, right? So just a simple loading spinner, empty state, compact progress. This is just like a very simple thing. I don't know if we actually use all of these, to be fair. I think we may not actually even use some of these. So some we may not end up using, but just for now, on the page, we use projects list, right? So project list we are using. So this takes the preloaded projects, okay? And then you've got use preloaded query from Convex. That's how you hydrate. So this is the hydration step, right? Hydration step, effectively, right? So then what happens is I think what's that uses much query? Okay, but yeah. And then what happens is we render out the page header, which is effectively my projects. And then you got the manage and view your projects. And you've got if there's no projects in the list, it'll show the empty state. If you have got projects, it'll show the project cards. Each project card, we need to create the status util. This is there, we just don't have this. Yeah. Each project card is going to be clickable, and it will also show the actual row time progression of the file if it's in progress. So here, compact progress. This one will show us how far along it is if it's transcribing, for example, right? So let's add in the status util for now. So right now we need to add in the status utils. So status utils down here. So in lib, status utils, this one right here. Yeah, Convex is super powerful, guys, honestly. So right now, this status util right here is just basically passing the status, and it will just return us back a value. So basically switch on the status, and it'll just return us back default, secondary, destructive, and so forth. Same with the icon, right? This is more of a UI, to be honest, and also a processing phase label. So this will tell us which phase are you in. So basically, this is the convex. This is convex. If job status is transcription, then it will show transcribing on the front end. Otherwise, it will just show generating. Okay. So we now have this. It's lib, yeah. So this will have the handle. They'll have a delete button there as well. I'll show you that afterwards. The project list. Let's go back here. Now, if we were to go to the projects view, we should be able to see our projects. So you can see, boom, we've got our projects. Now, this one, remember, this is when we were building, so we got stuck in an edge case. So we can just get rid of that one and forget it ever happened. Get rid of it, delete it, boom, it's gone, right? And also some of these are uploaded and some of these aren't, right? Because right now, these ones, we can go ahead and get rid of these. These are corner cases. Let's go ahead and do a new upload. We don't have the upload screen, right? So first, I want to show you this screen in full effect. So if we go to podcast clip, and why I like this so much is because regardless of where you are, guys, you can go ahead and come back. So if you were to go into a project, like transcribing, I can click into it and I still get the exact same time estimation because of our time estimation function. So this is awesome, that transcribing, and this will change. So if you were to delete, you can go ahead and do that. But if that's still doing it, then bam, you see? Like it will tell us, it keeps that progression. And this is cool because you can leave. Ingest is just doing its thing in the background and it will have its own retry mechanisms. This is important. Like, this is what I'm saying. Could you get AI to just go and build an app for you? Yeah, you could. Is it going to do it with this kind of infrastructure? It has retry mechanisms, ingests like amazing observability, all this? No, it won't. It will just do it at a flat level. That's why I try and preach to you guys so much. It's more about understanding the fundamentals, getting that knowledge up, and then assisted coding with AI. This is why we built the communities. We have built Zero to Full Stack Hero, poppyreact.com/course, Black Friday sale, 22 hours left. Go check it out. And also, it's why it's so important that you guys really just focus on, look at that, it's done, right? You guys really focus on, what's it called? Understanding how to use AI tools correctly. Because if you just trusted AI to do this for you, guys, they ain't gonna be able to do this and figure this out at this level. You have to guide it and know what you're doing to be able to get successful, good output. Otherwise, it's just gonna spit rubbish out at you, okay? So understanding what you have to your disposal and then moving with it is gonna be much more better. So the final screen that we need is the upload screen. Okay, quick wall break. So now we've got the upload screen. So upload screen, again, this one compared to what we've been doing is way easier. So upload screen, head over to app, and then it's in dashboard and upload page.tsx. This one is effectively just presentational. Podcast uploader is again what we had in the front, the first page. And then we have the info card. What happens next? Secure upload, blah, da, 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 da. So now if I was to click on that, go to upload, and look at that, upload your first podcast. And this is the beautiful thing about reusable components. It's the same component. That's it, right? So let's see if we're in a new account, how this works. So let's go ahead and click on get started. Continue with Google. Let's log into my team account. Oops, okay, that's a bit frustrating. Let me go into my other profile, so here. And let me log into my team account here. Oops. This is the main one. 1 second, localhost 3000. There we go. Continue. And then we've got team at poppyreact.com. And there you go. Continue. And then here you go. So now I have upgrade to pro. I can click on upgrade plan. Look at that, current plan free. So let's try out the full flow. Okay. This is a moment of truth, right? So firstly, we're in the free plan. So we only should see AI summary. So drag and drop. Let's give it a try. So imagine user comes in, they want to test out the platform. Boom, they come here, they start the upload. Now they go ahead and they see it. Okay, let's go ahead and they upload their clip. Boom, now it's started analyzing. Again, little toast notifications, great. Whole thing is mobile responsive, by the way, like I mentioned. Now, at this point, we could say this is a great podcast clip, great podcast. I don't know, whatever you want to title it, feel free, right? It's a great podcast. We keep the nickname, we keep the file name separately. Really nice, right? So while that's happening now, you know, the AI generation, boom, amazing, right? You can see like this is like holding the user. Okay, something's happening, right? So it kind of, then they're not going to exit the screen and so forth. After this is done, we should only have access to summary. Okay, we've already seen it gate to 3 max lifetime uploads for a free user. So in that case, little timeout, bam, we're here. Amazing, done. Okay, now key moments. Let's go to our pro plan, or let's jump from free to ultra, because that would be really cool, right? So I'm on key moments now, and I click upgrade to ultra. Can you see? Get access to more projects, larger files, current plan free. So I guess, I mean, you can go ahead and fix that. That reason feature key moments. You can feel free to go and fix that bit about where it says upgrade your plans. That's annoying. I kind of want that to work. I want to upgrade. I don't even need to be focusing on this right now, but it's bothering me. So file size, duration, project feature, upgrade your plan. Oh, okay. Get access to more. You reach your project limit. Oh yeah, because it was actually that. Yeah, upgrade your plan. Get access to more. Yeah, it did it. Yeah, it did it. Oh, that's the default as well, but still, yeah. Case feature, unlock premium features. So I mean, yeah, you basically just fix that. So figure it out yourself, guys. I'm going to do the whole thing for you. But yeah, the point is that there you go. All right. So let's go ahead and upgrade to pro. Well, let's do ultra again. From free to ultra means it should generate all of these. That's nicer. All right. So in this case, pay with the test card. And now this is the moment of truth, because I think this is the final step, guys. So I'm going to actually do this with our music. The only way I know how to do it, right? Because this is, if this works, because I'm going Hail Mary on this one. So if this works, wait. Let's see. I'm putting a lot of belief behind this right now, right? So this is a great podcast, yeah. And then let's go to a locked thing. So for example, key moments, okay? So we went from free to ultra, which means that there's quite a lot of stuff that should be available that we don't have. Look, yep, lots of stuff except speaker dialog, which is already ready. So let's go ahead and generate all missing. Wait for it. Let's see, guys. Boom, there we go. Look at that. It's already done one. That's the key moments. YouTube timestamps. These are all being generated in individual runs. I just love it. It's so good. Look, YouTube timestamps is done. Hashtag and social post is on its way. And again, obviously, if it's processing, you can even block this UI so that wouldn't happen. So maybe you can get a duplicate run and so forth. But look at that. It's all real time working. That is so sick. Like, I promise you, that is incredible, guys. And then while that's happening, you can leave the page. It will still do it in the back. Absolutely incredible. And then here, if you want to upload even something longer. So this is like a full podcast that I'm with my friend Leon. So in this case, they're uploading it. Super fast uploads, crazy fast, right? That's a bigger file, 56 minutes, right? So in the background, we can let that run now. So that 30 seconds to 15 minutes. And then while this is happening right now, we can go ahead and wrap up the build. So that way, hopefully in the next 5 to 10 minutes, that will be done. And then I can demo that to show you that this is actually working with a full podcast. So let's just say, for example, podcast 10, I don't know, whatever you want to name it, save it. Now, for example, if I go into my projects, I can see Leon's one's transcribing. So this is awesome now. So I can leave this app, go away. This is value for a user. So in this case, right now, you can see that we can actually inspect it and see what's going on. Okay. So right now, for example, if you do want to check that one out, there's actually on my YouTube channel, you can actually watch it. The whole podcast is literally here. So we should see 3 speakers. We should see all of that stuff. But while that's happening, let's dive through an entire breakdown of what went on today, because that was one huge build that was incredibly powerful. But one of the main players behind it, Ingest was made this whole thing possible. You guys saw it here. running all of these individual tasks. Now, if you're still not, familiar with what's going on, it's essentially an orchestration. So it basically allows us to auto-scale queues, monitor the runs, replay errors without touching the infrastructure, right? So basically we were able to have all of these complex queue systems, right? So you see all of these, if you look into it, look at that, the entire job system, and we can run in parallel. We can observe what's going on. We get introspection of how many tokens were spent. Imagine the power of this. And imagine if my main question sometimes about asking if a tool is useful is, how would I have to do this if I didn't have this tool? That's honestly the biggest thing that I ask myself. If I didn't have Ingest right now, how would I do this? And how would I go ahead and check, for example, how many tokens I spent per run? Or say one failed. Okay, let's say I want to, build a retry mechanism. How am I going to maintain that? And how would I know very easily which bit broke super quickly? Because speed counts in production environments. All of these things, trust me, make a huge, huge impact. And the best part is that Ingest, once this is on the dev server, once you go into Ingest Cloud, you really can go ahead and deploy it on whatever platform you want. So they have tons of stuff on the platform. So once you actually go ahead and sign up, you can determine which, you can go serverless, you can go servers and so forth. And basically, it's really, really cool. I recommend you sign up, go through the link in the description. But once you do set up your Ingest Cloud account, you can basically go ahead and start shifting over from your dev server to your cloud server and then get the whole thing up and running. But it's super, super nice, super powerful. I really recommend it. And what I really love as well is it will get rid of those annoying issues, for example, with Vercel timeout, especially when it comes to things that are taking a bit longer, such as anything AI related. Like right now, guys, you can tell me right now if you've done any Vercel stuff, this right here would have timed out on Vercel function. So you either go the Lambda route, you ain't getting observability, right? And again, Ingest can run on AWS. So you might as well benefit using Ingest, stick it on any server you want, call it AWS, whatever you want to do. And then you get observability as well. So Ingest is absolutely powerful. Clerk made the entire thing absolutely nuts with the billing. Trust me, if we had to do the billing stuff by ourselves, this build would have been another hour or two. Easily, minimum, maybe 3 hours with the amount of gating and the custom stuff we would have to do. And even then, there was a chance I would have forgotten a corner case. So in this case, subscriptions with Clerk, billing, absolutely incredible. The authentication was stupidly easy. It was crazy. And then of course, let's just say, for example, all of the work is done, right? We checkpointed at a couple of moments, but right now we have lots of files that we want to go ahead and review, right? So in this case, we could either do a local code review or we can make a pull request. So let's just say, for example, right now, all of these changes, again, would I recommend you actually wait this long to commit anything? No, you shouldn't wait this long, but this is a demo. So right now, CodeRabbit, basically let's just say, for example, I did a bit of AI assisted coding here, right? I generate a commit message. Obviously you should use proper commit messages, but this is a demo. So I want you to just go with this. But in this case, before I push that branch, I'm not going to push the main. I'm going to create a new branch and just say, I don't know, finished everything, right? So crazy big branch, but let's get finished everything, right? So now we're on a new branch. I'm going to commit to this branch. Cool. Save all and commit. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say, yeah, it's fine for now. And then we're on this finished all branch. And then I'm going to publish the branch. Okay. Now going over there, we should be able to see either you can go ahead and see even here, we have review all changes. So if I go into my local extension, I can see that I can review locally. So if I click review locally now, we're going to have a little check. So this will do it locally for me. And then obviously I can go to GitHub. Now think about it. Once you're in this workflow, right? Think about it in a way where I want you guys to start understanding, imagine you've got a team. So when we have this, we have something called the software house, right? Where basically we develop apps for clients. So in this case, if I was to create a pull request, imagine my team was moving super fast, right? And they're using AI assisted coding. How am I going to ensure the quality is there all the time, right? So let's just go ahead and say this. I didn't care about the title for now. But right now, why is this so awesome? Because now, think about it. By connecting it to Vercel, I got Vercel deployments, which means I can get preview deployments just like that. And then I've got CodeRabbit doing an AI code review of the code base. Just think about it, please. Like for a second, how powerful that is. So right now, I mean, my deployment failed in Vercel, naturally, because I've got loads of things which environment variables and so forth I haven't uploaded to Vercel. We're not doing deployment today. It's enough. You can join Zero to Full Stack Hero. I'll show you how to do deployments. But in this case, the code review right here is just going to start adding in, like, look at this. It's going to start updating the comments, adding new comments about what is going on. As you can see, review is in progress. This is crazy powerful. So that's CodeRabbit, right? If we go back over to our code, you can see right now it's processing and it's reviewing files. And very shortly, we'll be able to see local reviews in our code and use LLM assisted prompts generated by CodeRabbit to be able to go ahead and actually fix all of the errors as well. So not only can you do assisted coding, but you can even have AI, like clever uses of AI, I should say, in different parts of your workflow. So we use this internally in the software house. When we're building apps for clients, we genuinely will have CodeRabbit in the background, just checking everything, because it doesn't hurt to get an extra set of eyes just checking the code base. Again, whether you choose to listen to the advice or not, it's okay, it's up to you. But the point is that, does it catch bugs? Yes, it does. And it does catch my devs out when they're being a bit lazy on a lazy day. So in that case, this is big, right? If we go into the summary tab right here, look, you've got some typos, for example, titles tab, same duplicate key concern, right? So in this case, it found duplicate keys, right? Keyword value is used directly as key. Apply the same fix here for consistency. We've got a couple more things, misleading comments, input, ref forwarding for form, library compatibility. So in this case, I mean, that's actually a Shadcn thing they found. But you can see it started to pick up a lot of things. Now imagine this, the inconsistent step wrapping for generate key moments. That's actually very true. So in this case, for key moments, for the other steps, we had step AI wrap. So this is a very good use case actually here. It actually went through the files. It has full access to the context of the code base. And it knew that for this step, we didn't actually do the same thing, which means we're not going to see a generate key moment step because the others are wrapped in step AI wrap. So you see, this is really powerful. And of course, if you want to fix it, fix with AI, simply run that, whatever model you want, whatever IDE you're in, it will go ahead and work. So provided it has LLM inside of it. So yeah, CodeRabbit, Clerk, Ingest, absolutely incredible platforms to make this build possible at the speed that we just did it, right? Now I want to show you, let's just quickly see my app running. So I want to see, did it do it in time? Let's see. My projects, is it done yet? Let's have a look. Oh, it done it. Yeah. Oh, look at this. It did it. So in this case, you got the tilde, you got the full summary. Amazing. You got the key points. This is awesome, by the way. If you go and watch the actual video of the podcast on the channel, you can come back to this video and let me know how accurate this is, but this is perfect. Look, reactive entrepreneur. And this is amazing because look, it took the key moments, right? These are key moments from AssemblyAI. We combined that information with an LLM to get YouTube level timestamps. These are clickable timestamps, purpose over mobile, using ML to fight cancer, ChatGPT in scientific work, neural networks, black box, data model training breakdown, reinforcement learning and humans, Monty Hall problem. Go to 45 minutes in that video and you'll see me, Jay, and Leon talking about the Monty Hall problem. That is perfect, right? And of course, you can tweak it as much as you want. This is amazing. Look, LinkedIn, how to, Leon, who studied at Cambridge and MIT, now studying drug discovery for cancer science, shares us some folk stories. This is so good. This is usable, right? Hashtags, titles, amazing. Like podcast titles, YouTube long titles, and then speaker dialogue as well. Boom. There you go. Speaker CSJ. So if you don't believe me, you can go ahead and check it out. But if we go to like, you can see for yourself here, but if we go to 45 minutes, we should even see around the 45-minute mark. Yeah, look at this. Look, the Monty Hall problem. Do you know about that? Yeah, look at this. I told you, it's absolutely perfect on the time, getting the time thing right. So we had tons and tons of cool tech here. Absolutely crazy stuff. Like I said, guys, this is nuts, right? Siren goes, amazing build and so many tech examples to put to good use. Thank you so much. Good Papa Fam MVP. Amen, dude. He goes, I listened to most of it and that is exceedingly accurate from what I remember about the podcast. This is brilliant. This is what I'm saying, guys. This is a prime example of taking the tech that we talked about today and building an actually useful platform, right? You can stick a paywall in front of it, different plans, different tiers. You've learned so much in this build. It's absolutely crazy. All of the code is available for free. And like I said, if you're stuck, you still find this absolutely crazy and just overwhelming, then you can always join us at Zero to Full Stack Hero. All the code we gave you, by the way. So check it in the link in the description. We have a huge Black Friday sale on right now. Go check it out. Don't miss out. And remember, if you join the community right now, you're going to get 50% off our new community, which is going to be all around basically next-gen developer for 50% off for life. That is one thing we will never do again. You guys can go for free to check it out. 55% off. Go check it out. We already had 4 people join, by the way, in this live stream. Just FYI. So yeah, people are not missing out. So go check it out yourself. And as always, guys, it's your boy, Sunny, and I will see you in the next video. This video was crazy big. Don't get disheartened because it was very difficult. I know that. But just understand that. Take your time with the journey. Understand about what tools you should be using, how to use them effectively in the AI space. And yes, it's rapidly evolving. Don't get fear-mongered into believing that coding is irrelevant and AI is going to take your job. You saw today, there's no way that you can just prompt AI to get to the level of depth that we got to today. And I hope that me sitting here on a live stream for 4.5 hours is proof of that. And trust me, I plan on doing 24-hour crazy hackathons soon on this channel. So if you enjoy that and you want to see more of that, like, comment, subscribe. And as always, guys, I love you all and I appreciate you all. Use the links in the description to support your boy. I'll see you in the next video. Peace.